We are live.
We are live. Okay. Welcome everyone to Lorelines. I'm ShadowMeowth's. I'm accompanied here with and Cess, and it's been longer than we expected, but things happen. So anyway, here we are. We haven't abandoned any of you. That's for sure. How are you doing, guys?
Good. How are you?
Not entirely bad, I guess.
Sounds enthusiastic. I am sleepless because I've been playing Pokemon too much.
Yeah, and I myself have been watching a lot of Final Fantasy XVI playthroughs. So I got the soundtrack stuck in my brain.
I need to do that. I really need to.
You really have to, Cess. You really have to.
20 hours.
Yeah, but it's worth it. I mean, Cell can tell you, but that game is the remaster of the trilogy, the Final Fantasy XIII Trilogy that we never expected.
Yeah,
I know.
But anyways, so today we're going to tackle the dead dunes, not the dead ruins. Fuck, where's my brain at? And we're hopefully going to clear Fang's main quest. But first, we have a cutscene that's really relevant that I wanted to get through last week, but I had already covered too much. So, anyways, so after the cutscene plays, I think it's a cutscene that is going to need discussing. You know. So, shot, but it's also too clear to be shot. Okay. Let's see. So we're here.
This fucking soundtrack!
Yeah, to be fair, it's probably more recognisable when you spend so much time hearing it because Meowth doesn't finish the courtship dance.
Had it on loop. For a very long time.
Are you judging me?
Elsa, on loop. It's not supposed to be on loop. And when you had it enough. So if you play it, like any part of it, just throw it at me. I will instinctively start to conduct. Because I had to practice the countings. Because when the... yeah. So I talked to myself at the bus stop. I talked to myself at the bus because the song triggers like certain movements now. It's Pavlov. I've been Pavloved by fucking Almighty Elsa. Yeah.
Do you want to give our viewers context?
I made a very thorough and musical analysis of Almighty Elsa.
Thanks
It
in the
got
chat.
out of hand. It's 40 minutes long, and I realized that Hope's theme occur in 9 different ways in it. The arc is in 9 different variations, and that's just being like, you could take that number up to 11, and that's not just cranking it up to 11. It's 11 different versions of the arc in it. So I am a bit insane. My sanity is not intact.
It is a really good video though, so go watch it.
Yeah. do go. Really, if you want to know more about that beast of a soundtrack, says it did an amazing work with it. So yeah. Also it says, is it me or your voice sounds a bit low?
Am I higher?
Somewhat, I think. I'm not hearing the stream myself, so I can't tell if you're being.
I'll check the stream and see if I should.
Because if not, I will have to.
No, I'll fix it. I'll fix it.
That sounds a bit more level to me.
Okay. No, I'm just asking because I don't trust my hearing.
No, Cess was really quiet at the beginning, but she sounds a bit more level now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit of a. These headphones, they are really annoying with where I place the mic.
Ah.
So I'm saying things, and it's gonna pop up. Yeah, I'm still a little bit quiet. I'm gonna raise my voice a little bit.
Okay.
I'll fix.
Be worse, your headphones could occasionally turn you into an alien like mine do.
Did you hear?
No, I didn't, because the stream was so short, I think it instant deleted.
Yeah.
It was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, I when I'm recording, occasionally I'll start recording, and then I'll listen to it because I've made a mistake, and then I'll go back, and all it is like, okay, let's turn the headphones off and turn them back on again.
Oh, it's actually... There we go.
I also haven't listened back to any of the chapters I've recorded.
Oh.
So at some point I might need to get somebody to listen to them, because I will actually turn off if I try to listen to myself talk.
Are you still?
I actually pulled myself.
Are you still
down.
dreading
What did-
getting through Fangamanils?
They are next, yeah. I've actually recorded 3 more. I've actually recorded Snow, Sarah, and Noel and Yule. I just haven't posted the links to. I haven't posted them in the chat. So yeah, Bang and Vanilla are next, and I am dreading it. But the incentive is that I get to Hope's second part, which is the interesting, juicy part where shit gets real.
Mm-hmm.
And we find out all the beautiful details about what actually happened. And by beautiful details, I mean very few, but they are juicy.
Yeah.
I keep thinking of what if the Chronicle of a Chaotic Era, the proper book, had not been cancelled. The impact it would have had.
Yeah, it's so disappointing they never got around to making that. And that they never will. It's a shame they didn't revisit it at some point, even as like an anniversary project, but who knows, maybe one day in the future. After all, the 7 novels all came out.
At least we got the juicy parts of that book written as Hope's memories. So
yeah, and I think the reason why they released it for free is because Reminiscence does actually tie up some plot holes that they didn't address in the game. I think that is one of the reasons why they released it for free. It's just a shame they didn't release it for free officially in English, which would have been extremely handy.
Yeah, it would.
Square Enix blog.
There are certain things they didn't address. Like, is Hope still, like, you know, all his sixth sense and all, if it came along, because it never was addressed.
Yeah. Square Enix, you assholes.
I
Blame yourselves.
think, honestly, you know what? Let's get out of here and start doing things.
Let's
because
get out of here. I don't want the art. Yeah.
And after we may discuss this when we are down doing actual things instead of courting hope. I don't know where I was, so screw that. Oh, I have another voice line to catch. Okay. But anyways, first thing first, this scene.
What do you want now?
I've come to help you remember what you've lost. Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about, okay? You woke up from your crystal sleep with God's voice in your ear. He said you had to be the savior. But part of what made you lightning was missing, leaving a big empty hole in your heart.
Yeah, that's how it feels. It's like I've forgotten something important, something that I need.
Huh? Really? I thought you'd deny it. But it's okay. I'll help you remember.
Indestructible crystal. Even in the sea of chaos, it never loses its shine. I will become an eternal epitaph. Your memory will survive for eternity within a crystal tomb. This shall be my legacy and my atonement. But most of all, my final hope.
Shot.
You wanted to protect her, so you fell into that crystal sleep. You became a tomb for a memory, a moment frozen in time, with Sarah's soul cocooned inside. So tell me, Lightning, where do you think Sarah is now?
Yes. I remember now. She was there, in my heart. I had her memories. They were inside me. I took them into the crystal. She was with me then. We should have been
Oh my
together
God.
the whole time.
Right.
The memories
Now you're
you
catching
should have
on.
had.
So, the hole in your heart?
Sarah's soul. That's what I'm missing.
Does she remember how
And you know
Snow
who
and
took
Sarah,
it out,
you
don't
know?
you? Benevelza did when he woke you up to do his bidding. He must have messed with your memories too, and tried to make you forget about it.
And so he had the perfect motivation. Or should I say hostage. He's gonna hold on to her until I've done what he wants.
Oh, I don't know if he thought it out that far. He's not very good with human emotions, that god of yours. Maybe he just threw her soul away and let it be swallowed up by the chaos.
But he promised me. He said as long as I did what I was told, he'd bring Sarah back to me. If he lied, then I don't care if he is a god. I'll destroy him.
Now that's more like the old Lightning. But do you really think you can take on a god?
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't bet against me. I might have found a way to shut him down. A last resort if all else fails.
Shut.
You've been brewing up contingency plans. Sneaky, Lightning. Very sneaky.
I haven't made up my mind yet. This world is finished. Soon it'll be gone forever. And Benevelza is the only one who can build us a new one. When he's done, then I'll decide.
So you'll play his game for as long as it takes to build the new world. Then you'll sit in judgment on him, you'll betray him and destroy him and steal the new world he labored to build. Is that your plan? I love it. Turning on God and making him a pawn in your own game. It's audacious. Oh, but little Hope is going to be so disappointed.
No.
He really
You stole
does
my idea.
trust you know, and you're going to betray him. Oh, you did think about that, didn't you? You turn on God, you turn on Hope. Are you ready for that? Do you have it in you to fight him?
Dear God.
Are you really prepared to kill Hope?
You think I'm not?
You answered a question with a question. That's an evasion. Got ya. But it's not a big deal. It looks like Hope and talks like Hope, but it isn't Hope anymore.
Are you saying he's a fake?
Sorry, but the only fake I know is Sarah.
Look, if
People
you're gonna
just
talk
heard the
nonsense,
first
this
half of
conversation
that
is over.
sentence and
I've got
disregarded
better
the
things to
second.
do.
Fine, Lightning. Let me make it all clear. Look around you and see the lies. The Sarah you talk to is a lie. Hope in his arc is a lie. How long is it going to take before you wake up? Before you realize that maybe, just maybe, you're a lie too.
This scene is irrelevant. I just don't know where to start.
Let's just
Also,
say
the
scene
origin of a lot
encompasses-
of misunderstandings.
Yeah, this scene encompasses the idea that a lie is not the entire truth, rather than a lie is a complete falsehood. And that is
And people
an
just drew
important
the
distinction.
wrong. Yeah, people just drew the wrong conclusions here.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's more clear in Japanese.
I don't actually remember. But let's discuss that scene. I call that cutscene the three lies, and it basically Lumina names three lies, which are Sarah, Hope, and Lightning herself. So, as you were saying, this is not about a complete falsehood. This is about not something that is not entirely right. Of course, when Lightning asks Lumina if Hope is a fake, Lumina answers with, "The only fake I know is Sarah." We know that this Sarah that Lightning is seeing is a fake, right? So Lumina doesn't lie to Lightning, never. She just explains things in her own Lumina way. Kind of, if you want to call Lumina speaks in riddles, maybe that's a way to put it. But
I mean,
yeah.
There's also the fact that she says that Lightning herself is a lie, but we know that Lightning is real. Lightning is just missing a part of herself. So if Hope is not real, then Lightning is not real, going just purely by Lumina's words. But we know that Lightning's real, so Hope is also real. It's just Hope is also missing certain things. But we already which we already know, because at the very beginning of the game, Hope says that he's missing something that makes him him. So yeah, I do think that there's a little bit more emphasis on lies by omission, or lies that are not because the truth isn't complete in Japanese. But that's just an impression I get more from like seeing the culture through media rather than knowing for certain. Like you get it a lot in stories that telling falsehoods by not giving the complete picture
which is basically
as
what.
much. Yeah.
That's basically both Hope's and Lumina's modus operandi. They don't give Lightning the entire thing, each one for their own reasons. Even when they're both Lightning's helpers, so I mean, you know.
It's also a big part of Square Enix's storytelling in general, to be honest. Like a lot of their games, the narrative is fed by only partial truths being told until the full story comes out later. And they also use red herrings a lot as well.
But Lightning Returns might be the only case in which I've seen people buy the thing that it's entirely false.
I could tell you one, but if I try, I will actually get murdered for it, so I will not.
Okay.
So your mic keeps going, but you don't say anything. So I'm not sure if that's because you're not saying anything.
I don't know
or the
either
mic
why
keeps going.
my mic keeps flaring like that.
Okay, as long as it's not because you're trying to talk and your mic's like not picking up or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to like keep the microphone as far away. It's flaring up on Discord, but I don't think it's being doubled on.
Okay,
the
I
YouTube
think
stream.
I think Discord's being oversensitive, to be honest, as well. Because when I was in here on my lonesome eating my noodles, it was going crazy, and I don't think my noodles were actually that audible.
Yeah.
So, more things about the scene. The very unsubtle last resort drop.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very much unsubtle.
Shots.
And you answered a question with a question.
Yeah, that's an evasion. I'm kind of. It's kind of when lightning tries to deflect. Like, do you think, like appearing tough that like she doesn't care? Do you think I'm not? And Lumina, she's like, gotcha.
It's the way she turns around as well. It's like, wow, lightning. You're just so been called out by yourself. It's hilarious.
It's also one of the really obvious signs that they are the same person when they at the exact same time go, I will destroy him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's this thing when Lumina, between quotes, accuses Lightning of plotting all of the things she's going to do to Bunivalsian, that like Lightning hasn't really said all the things that Lumina said, but if you extrapolate that to what Hope has been doing, especially the line, I love the line, turning on God and making him a pawn in your own game, it's audacious. And it's like, if you know the context, especially because she immediately after brings up Hope, and it's like, I
Yep.
see you, I see what you're doing. That's not very subtle at all.
Yeah, because Lightning isn't exactly a plotter. She's not the sort of person who runs schemes. She's the sort of person who goes, Hope, go and build a scheme for me to run, please, and then lets him do it. She doesn't do these sort of things herself. She's very direct in her actions. Like, so she isn't playing God like a pawn. She's going to find out what he's up to, and then she's going to kick his ass. That's her plan. She isn't trying to manipulate him or
She's
play
the
the
player.
board.
On a chessboard, she's the queen.
Yeah.
She can mow down anything, but she's not a player. Not like Hope. He's not even on the board.
I mean, quite literally, since by the end he's not going to be anywhere.
Yeah.
But it's kind of, I was going to say interesting, but it's actually more vexing than interesting. So I was going about, I've been seeing lately, surprisingly, Twitter accounts about the 13th Trilogy, but most of them are, not that there's anything wrong with that, very lightning center, you know what I mean? That as if the whole trilogy was revolves around lightning, and I think that does her character a disservice. I mean, of course, you can like lightning as much as if she's your favorite, she's great. She's a very solid character. She's really great, actually. But
Yeah, trust me, I do.
I love lightning, of course, but I've seen so many people, especially in these cases, in which they seem to believe that lightning is a genius or something like that, and does things for a reason, and I'm like, like for example, this whole thing, they take it they would take it literally, and actually believe that Lightning is the mastermind genius who's planning this thing, and that's missing the whole point. Then again,
it's kind of an understandable conclusion to come to on a first playthrough when it's the only thing you're presented. But by the time the end game and things start to get slotted together, it's clear that Lightning's kind of been blindsided by a few things. She's kind of flying by the seat of her pants and reacting to the situation rather than completing an epic plan that she's been brewing for the last 13 days. Like, especially by the time she gets into Cosmogenesis, it's like, shit, I now know where Hope is. I'm gonna rip them out of you, you asshole. That sort of thing. Like, you didn't know that before.
She's a pantser in writing terms. She's a pantser.
Yeah. Yeah. She's very reactive to the situation, and she's not stupid. She gets the information she gets on the field of battle and reacts to it, which is what she was trained to do. I mean, she wasn't
very soldier-like in like.
Yeah.
She gets the information, she decides what to do with it, and then executes.
And she's quite street smart.
Yes. Yeah. But she's not a massive plotter. She's not the sort of person who like gets all the information and puts it all together into one long plan. She's not a mastermind like planner. She is
an INTJ.
Yeah. That's why her and Hope worked well together, because Hope, and even in the original game, Hope was the one who was coming up with was the one doing all of the. If the fallacy have been saying this and some such, then this must mean this, and if you put it all together, then this is what's going on. He was that character throughout that game as well. He was the one who was putting things together for the rest of the gang, and the rest of the gang were like going, "Oh."
Who was always telling the gang what to do, but no one really. Yes. There was always someone more adult than saying exactly what Hope said. And
yes,
it's like being a woman in a male-dominated workplace. Like, that's what happened to him all the time. Like, he said, like, this happened, we should probably do this. And then one of the other characters said, we should do this.
I think that's a bit old idea. I don't know what that, but anyways.
I mean, most of the time he said something, and then they went, yeah, that sounds great. And then they looked to Lightning, and then Lightning went, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, Lightning is like the confirmation, basically.
Yeah.
But then again, it makes sense, because in fact, when Hope in the first game, whenever Hope has one of his motivational speeches, so to speak, he always turns to Lightning to seek her approval. So it's normal that Lightning's like, okay,
yeah,
come on.
He also like does this massive epic speech, and he's like, shit, I said all that to all of these grown adults. Maybe I shouldn't have. And then everyone's like, oh, you're so cute, but you're right, let's go.
Yeah, that's also a thing.
He is still very much a 14/15-year-old boy in that game, and he gets teenage anxiety.
especially
he says something really epic and really true and profound, and then it comes, or whatever.
Yeah, and then Nora turn around and go, who's this guy? And he's like, oh shit, they don't know me.
No, I'm kind of salty because I saw again the like, it's cool to find trilogy accounts, you know, but then you read some stuff and it's like, and it was like, are you actually pulling the mother-son thing with Hope and Lightning again?
Oh my god!
In the terms of Bunibelse, in Bunibelse. The argumentary being that Bunibelse was using Lightning's son figure to manipulate her, and I was like, why?
Yeah, just as he hits on her. Yeah.
And then I learned that the person, and then I learned
it all out.
Okay.
Let's pull my receipts out, because I have an almighty Bunibelse folder now. So let's see what What did I?
And then I learned
What
that
did
this
I
person
name
in
it?
particular shipped Snow and Lightning, and I was like,
What? Such good siblings.
Japanese quotes. Okay, so this is what this son said to his mother figure, or this mother figure had to hear from her son figure. Offer yourself to me, my beautiful goddess. As the goddess, you will grant my deepest desires. Obediently submit your body to me and become the new goddess.
yeah, but we're talking. We're likely talking about someone who has no idea about the Japanese quotes.
They should.
Yeah, I know.
Talk.
I mean, the vibe is still kind of there in the English as well, to be honest.
Mhm.
It's very toned down, but the vibe is still there.
I mean, divine love eternal. Fuck.
Obediently submit your body to me.
I mean, you don't have to quote those quotes to me. I have a video with the translation on them. I work with Ryu with that one. She got the quotes, and I got the moments in the video in the battle in which I had to put the subtitles and everything. Anyways. So I want to catch the line in the lighthouse.
Also,
And
just
then-
to further throw that argument in the trash, in the developer interviews for Lightning Returns, in fact, actually, no, forget that. In the novel, somebody, Aoede says, "Oh, so was she like a guardianship type figure to you?" And Hope was like, "No,
Exactly.
no." That's like in the novel. And then in the developer quotes as well, they do say that she wasn't a guardian-like figure to him. But I'm not digging out the books right now and translating them to remember exactly.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember when someone asked Ali Hillis herself about her Lightning's relationship with Hope. Like, I mean, English voice actors aren't seiyuu, as far as I know. There's a different culture between voice actors, since the Japanese voice actors have to know exactly what the character feels and has experience and all that stuff. There's not so much of that culture in.
The settlement nearby is probably.
Okay.
I mean, it's still there because the voice director should know the motivations of the character. But obviously, back in the day, they weren't as close to the original creators and the translations and things like that, and that did cause some disconnaissance between like the Japanese and English versions in various games. Nowadays, I think they are a lot more careful about it, and like say with 16, for example, where the translation was done, or where the script was actually written in English first and then translated back into Japanese from the original Japanese scenario. Obviously, the motivations and that for the characters are very, very present and aware in, and I'm sure that the English voice actors know down to the micro expression what their character should be feeling, and I think they are a lot closer to that nowadays. But whether or not they were that close to with the English translations back then is a different story, even though they were improving a lot from the first dubs that they did into English.
Innocent knew the assignment.
Yeah.
Oh, there he goes, the voice
once
line.
served as a lighthouse. It's said that this place was once a vast ocean, but the water's all dried up, and so the lighthouse has lost all meaning.
Has it though? It could still shine out upon the sea of chaos, or show travelers the way. I think that light is needed more than ever in this kind of desert.
You may be right about that. Light can bring people hope, just like you do, Lightning.
Shot. Double shot.
Viator elementarbliss.
That line is quite difficult to acquire because it requires to be it in the morning, not being with Fang, and you had not having had completed main quest. So you get the idea.
Also, I refuse to believe this place was an ocean. This place was the Appalachian Steppes.
So we were discussing. What were we discussing before Hope came in? I can't remember.
Voice dubbing.
Voice
Voice dubbing.
So
Yeah.
People asked Ali Hillis, I think it was on Twitter, what she thought about Hope and Lightning's relationship, and I recall her answer being like, being something like, well, you can see them as siblings if you want, but then again, they're not related by blood. So, and she left. I think she left that at the points, at the suspension points.
At some point, you don't want to get killed.
Yeah, that's a very diplomatic answer.
You gotta pick your battles.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand exactly why. At that time, it was after, right? I think it was very soon after Lightning Returns was released on the West, and it was still the wars back then.
Inflammatory as fuck.
Yeah.
But I do remember also. I do remember this with Ali Hillis, and I recall someone making, posting models with Lightning Hope, and tagging Vincent Martella, and Vincent Martella publicly giving them a like. So I guess they kind
The
of.
thing that he didn't get to do the Boonivell's Alliance, that's a part of the
You've
sin.
got to draw back. There's no sense in trying to push through this sandstorm.
What if I do, anyways? That would be a lightning move.
I like how she dramatically backflips away from it. Like, thank you, Lightning. Just show off your
The way was
skills.
completely blocked by that sandstorm. You should be able to get through once the winds die down a bit.
Ah! Oh, so there's that. I mean, of course, voice actors really can't say much. They have to always be diplomatic.
It's like actors too. They absolutely can't speak about ships.
No, and why would they, to be honest? Like, at the end of the day, it is still their job. And, like, other than them not
But they
necessarily...
are funny sometimes, just, liking. I mean, I am balls deep in Haladriel, which is another cursed ship that people love to hate. But Morvid, I don't know. God, I haven't separated it. But Morvid,
I'm not.
she likes a lot of an art, and she blushes a little whenever it's mentioned. It's so cute. It's so cute. Like she and the Charlie Vickers who plays Halbrand / Sauron. Yeah, it's a mess. They were asked in an interview about shipping and fan fiction, and he was like, "What's fan fiction?" And she blushed so hard. Even if she doesn't read Haladriel fanfic, she reads fanfic.
Hopefully,
That's so
you'll be able to
funny.
rest up there. But it seems like it's the bandits' base. They may not exactly welcome a stranger like you.
Well, considering how they've been tracking me, I don't think I'll need to introduce myself.
So, you noticed. Yes, it looks as though they've been keeping an eye on you ever since you stepped foot in their desert.
Let 'em. We'll meet face to face soon enough.
So yeah, I'm not an expert on shipping, but it feels like isn't like a constant that the most interesting pairings are always the most hated. I don't know.
Not always, but...
Yeah, it was a bit of a... When people came out and wow, they made a show where Sauron and Galadriel actually had a chance to spend time together. And then when you read Fellowship of the Ring, there are a lot of quotes from Galadriel that makes a lot more sense, because they do sound like someone who's really pissed at an
It's
ex.
just over there. You've had to take quite the long way around, haven't you? If it weren't for that sandstorm, you would have been here in no time.
Oh, thanks, Hope.
And
I
then
mean,
Lightning is probably
really-
thinking, you're very comfortable up there, aren't you?
Fandom's a bit weird, and especially when you involve anyone in the creative process as well, because obviously, like it used to be that it was all very separate. Nowadays, there's a little bit of a looser defined line now, especially with Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. And some creators do stay very separate from it all and a complete death of the author, and you fans do your own thing, you can do whatever you want and I'll support you, but I'm not getting involved in it. And then there are some creators or actors or things like that who absolutely love liking everything, and they'll say, oh yeah, I read some of the fanfic and all that sort of thing. And say Good Omens is a good example, because Neil Gaiman is a brilliant example of a creator who does interact a lot with the fandom. And
Yeah,
obviously
he's
he
so
won't.
funny on Tumblr.
He is, and he will talk about Good Omens and things like that, and he'll answer questions that won't be spoilers to the plot, but he also won't give any spoilers. And then if fans come up with things, he will say, that's a great idea, I'm not telling you whether that's actually part of the story or not, because I'm a great believer that fans should interact with the media in their own way. So he does believe in death of the author in some respects, but fans also respect him a lot, and they like having his thoughts on what's going on. And he will give his thoughts on situations, but he will also make it very clear that his thoughts are not the only thoughts that you can have on a piece of media. As a fan, you can consume the media in your own way as well. So his intentions is one thing.
Your guard down if I were you. I would guess that
As
everyone
long
living there
as
is part of the bandit
creators
gang.
don't let
So
fans
don't be surprised if I
dictate
wake
where
up at
they
night
Yes.
go,
going, is that it?
that's
Fine by
when shit
me.
goes like
It'd give
Game
me an
of
excuse
Thrones.
to beat some information
Yeah.
out of them.
That's when
Okay,
Use
fine.
yourself as bait.
that's when
Just for
when
that.
things die.
I guess that's just like you. But don't let yourself get hurt, okay?
Oh, baby boy.
Panic.
Oh,
But yeah, well, Game of Thrones, that was just the creators had enough and they wanted to go off and make Star Wars, and then they got kicked off of that as well because they were useless. But that's because
yeah.
George Martin wasn't involved anymore, and they ran out of ideas and they weren't as clever as him.
Tyrion stopped being smart the moment they ran out of source material.
Yeah.
But also, Lightning Returns does suffer from the same problem. There is a lot of fan service in it with the outfits. That's because of
Yeah.
fans wanting, they increased Lightning's boob size. That's a thing that's been
I mean, yeah, but
acknowledged.
it's barely noticeable.
It's noticeable.
I'm not. Well, if you spend whatever time looking at her ass, okay, I'll see.
As someone with her body shape from the original game, and then seeing her in this game, this, yeah.
I mean, I can't tell for sure. I mean, I know they did, but I mean, in pretty much. I mean, even if in her equilibrium garb, she's fairly covered front-wise, so
She's a lot perkier than she was. And the thing is, they could at least put something in her ass as well. Her ass is so flat. Like, my god. At least, if you're gonna shape her out, at least shape her out properly.
she's great, but she doesn't have to have a perfect body.
I thought. I obviously liked seeing her. I mean, she's a little skinnier than me, but all Final Fantasy characters are. But in general, legs.
It's fine.
Not much legs, and then not much else going on. That was her body type. That's my body type.
Yeah, she was perfectly fine in the
and
first
legs.
game. Yeah, she was perfectly fine in the first game. There's literally no reason to change her.
And that's when fans get to affect things.
To be
And
fair,
I
I'm
don't
not even
like
sure if it was. I'm not even sure if it was fans and if it wasn't just developers, corny Japanese developers.
But I mean,
People
for
were like,
example,
she wasn't sexy enough in the first game.
but for example, like in Velvet Bouncer, I think her chest is not.
Yeah, that's a binder. She's using a binder there. She's going full GNC.
And doing it very well.
Oh yes.
To be fair, I don't think it's as noticeable in like Mikoto dresses or anything either. It's mostly in the outfits where she's like got.
But she has when she does the victory pose, you can see.
Oh
God, yeah.
They push them
To
up
be
a
fair,
little.
the victory pose is a Mikoto emote in 14, so it's not like it's. I mean,
It's fan service.
it's a reference,
Yeah.
but it can be both things, I guess. I'm trying to look, but I'm going to look like a pervert looking at first with the Amazon Garb episode, and now this.
Yeah, we spent so much time talking about Lightning's clothes, and like
they're
how
they're
good
not
or not good they are.
they're not even the point of this game, so I don't know.
But you can't help it though. That it's a major. Well, hang on, what's the word? Mechanic. It's a major mechanic of the game. So yeah, and it is fun. But yeah, they did go a little bit too far on certain things, and by certain things we mean the underwear.
Don't go there.
No.
Don't.
To look at it enough when I bloody redesigned it.
It would be interesting to do a redesign of that.
I did.
Yeah, I know.
That's like weird. I literally went to bed at like 11 o'clock, and then like 20 minutes later, I was jumping out of bed and getting a sketchbook. And it's like, I need to draw that outfit and make it more suitable. And
Did
like
you
my
hear
brain just
my
would not shut
Swedish
up.
rant going on in
It
your
wasn't-
brain?
Possibly because it wasn't too long after that stream. But I've been thinking it for a while, and I think my brain just like went on to. They even called it Amazoness warrior. They could have used some of the traditional Amazon like myths about the warrior women and Greek and Roman
I don't know. I don't
style.
think.
And then my brain went down a rabbit hole.
I don't know. I think she's.
Yeah, that one's not even much better.
She's. I don't know. Perhaps I'm just missing some garbs that accentuate her bust size, but it doesn't seem like bad for me. She's.
I mean, she's not like Tifa, but
I mean, Tifa's kind of like she. Didn't she have the independent polygons for her front in the original?
I think so.
Probably.
People like even. I mean, in the remake, she doesn't look like a human being. I love Tifa, but her body doesn't look like a human body. And apparently people thought she wasn't busty enough. Like,
What?
As somebody who is unfortunately on the bustier side, yeah, no, she's fine. She's just she looks incredibly
it's
top
more like
heavy,
she
but
has. Usually, you have like
It's
curves.
good enough, I
then.
suppose.
not
just-
always.
Yeah.
I have seen some very top heavy people who don't have curves.
If you insist, I will.
It is
You're not the only
more
merchant
appropriate now that
around.
she has an actual sports bra on though.
Yeah, I love that.
That does help a lot. I was
Yeah.
very appreciative to see that. Because there's no
It fits her design.
yeah, there's no way in hell you can go punching with
So,
that sort of thing
what made
jumping
him give
around.
up?
Damn fool. He bet his dreams on the desert, that's what. Poor old Ramon. He thought he'd make a real name for himself out here, selling to adventurers. But in the end, he lost sight of his dream and his business.
Sounds good for you, though he doesn't seem like he was much of a rival anyway.
Shut it! You don't know the first thing about him.
Didn't mean to offend you. What's there to get so worked up about anyway?
Nothing. Not a damn thing. It's just like you say. He was nothing at all. It's not like he'd ever been a threat to my business anyway. No, not Ramon. I'm done talking about him. If you want to know more, ask him yourself. You'll find him near that old camp in the giant sandbox.
Uh-huh.
He was a pretty strange guy, wasn't he? But if he's really the only merchant around like he says, then I guess you'll have to count on him for help. Unless, of course, you want to find out for yourself about that Ramon fellow.
In time.
The buildings here are ancient structures from another age. I don't know whether to call this a town or a fortress, but it's definitely unique.
I'd say definitely criminal is closer. At least there's not much of a dress code, other than looking like a thief.
These two
So I have
really...
to say... Sorry, carry on.
No, these two really love throwing shade to, to everyone they cross.
It's like just now he was like, they say this place was once a vast ocean. Then he's like, so these are some buildings that have been around since the beginning of time. And it's like, make your mind up, game. It was one or the other. Unless, of course, Grand Pulse used to be, like, full of mer people. Like...
I mean, could. It could, like, we didn't really get to explore the entirety of Grand Pulse. Only the Archilda step and...
They had mermaids in Final Fantasy 1. I guess it was time for them to come back.
Where'd you come from? You're not one of those sneaks from the Order, are you?
Well, would it really matter if I were?
No. I'm not gonna tell you a thing either way, so you might as well move on.
Guess I should have known better than to ask some lowly grunt. You're no help to me. Where's the boss?
If you think you're gonna get to meet our boss, you'd better learn to ask nicely.
Did I hurt your feelings? Excuse me, but would you do me the great honor of showing me the way to your boss? Please.
I don't have no help to spare for strangers. Find the boss yourself.
Lightning is showing.
What are you doing?
Nothing much. Just stealing my spots for Hall to Ear. Dutter do Ewing, wum-ass.
Hope, can you interpret this for me?
It seems to me like it's some kind of code or cipher, but I don't have enough data yet to break it.
Can't you speak normally?
Show knit. Of course I can. Look, I don't have any info about any treasure, if that's what you're looking for. I've got no interest in it. Buffet to you.
Doesn't seem like many people choose to live out here unless they're after treasure. So, what's your story?
Meath be Lee. The world's going to end soon anyway, right? If that's the case, what's the point in having dreams or working hard?
So, sitting around waiting for the end was the best idea you could come up with. Nice way to spend your last days.
Well, yeah, it's boring, but nothing I do now makes any sort of difference anyway, so why bother? No matter how much I might unravel mysteries of the past, none of these bandits care. They don't even listen to my findings. Trowan even nighs to understand.
I get that it's hard to stay motivated when no one appreciates what you do.
I'd say so. If you get it, why are you giving me a hard time? Just leave me alone. I'm done with all of it. I ditched all my equipment in the desert. If you find any of my old things, they're yours. Take them away with you.
I think I may just do that. They deserve
Free
better
stuff!
than getting
Woo!
tossed aside by some sulking, spoiled kid.
Fake them 10.
It's a big desert, you know. Do you really expect to find his things out there in the middle of nowhere?
I'd better be able to. After running my mouth like that.
I love the whole. Can you interpret this for me? And I'm not sure how to take Hope's answer. Really, like, I don't really have enough data
It's
yet.
so simple that he doesn't understand it.
Maybe you just didn't want to translate that he called her a dumbass.
Or maybe he's just being sassy, like, Lightning, really? Who knows? It's one of
To be
these...
fair, it's probably a lot easier to read than it is to hear, because obviously when you read, the human brain will actually rearrange the letters into the correct order anyway. So we do have subtitles. Lightning does not.
That's fair. Give me a moment. Meanwhile, I guess we got the quests here. No, data log. Fuck. And read this one because it's this is relevant if you want Cell.
Yeah, no problem. Lightning's heart. Lightning has regained the memories that she lost. When she fell into the crystal sleep, it was as a vessel for Sarah's soul. But Sarah is no longer inside Lightning's heart. Did she lose Sarah as well as her emotions when she became Savior? Lumina has hinted as much. She toys with Lightning, telling her that she has lost more than she knows in her deal with God. God has promised to bring Sarah back, but would it be a false Sarah, created by him just to play a part? Lightning finally reveals her intentions. If God will not fulfill his part of their bargain, then she will not stand idly by and watch him take another throne. After he has made his new world, Lightning will wrest it from his hands and give it to humanity, even if she has to use her last resort. Short.
Subtlety. I mean, to be fair, at this point she was already thinking of stabbing Bunibelsa if he wasn't going to fulfill his promise. But
I mean, she has had the literal voice in her ear whispering, "You know, you could kill God. You could. it could be a thing you do."
But you could.
That's fair. That's actually really, yeah. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's just that she. I mean, I don't know if it's no, it's a different one. But
I do like how early they are sprinkling the words "last resort" into things.
You know the thing. People usually miss the last resort thing because you can only cast last resort in OG if you manually input last resort if you're leading with hope.
Yeah.
which is something that not much people do. And probably most people have even missed that first. That's how Hope's unique ability is called, and second, what the animation looks like.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, it is blatantly holy, but holy hasn't appeared much either in recent Final Fantasy games.
Anyways.
It should be more recognisable now that we've had Dissidia Opera Omnia, though, because he obviously uses it in Dissidia Opera Omnia, and the animation is there. So a lot more people should recognise it nowadays until the game goes down. Rest in peace.
Yeah. Sad. Very, very, very sad. That now I will ever miss the chance that in any game, unless they make Opera Omnia 2.0, I will miss forever the chance of, in some title, of Hope and Clive meeting.
Yeah.
Sad. Just imagine a cutscene with those two.
Square Enix and their decisions.
Why, hello. Looks like it's your first time to our humble home. Welcome. Do you need a guide?
That's exactly what I need. That and some answers to a few questions I have.
A woman who knows what she wants. Fire away and I'll do my best.
Rumor has it that you bandits might be able to tell me about the Holy Clavis.
So you know who we are. From what I can tell,
Says
don't
you
look
have
like one of
played
those
3
order
houses,
lackeys.
right? Fire Emblem
so what
3
possible
houses.
use could you have for the
Oh,
Clavis?
Why
So
should I have to tell you
a lot.
that?
Violet's father,
And you
Gerald,
don't.
his
You're
voice
not
actor
my
is
boss,
Adonis.
So you can do whatever you want, but I won't be telling you nothing.
Shit,
If you want to know
yeah, it
what
is.
you'll just have to join our gang, Monoculus. Have you ever wanted to be a bandit? Now's your chance. Not that we let just anyone join us, but we'll at least let you try out. If you don't like that, then I think you know where the exit is. And that's all I've got to say about this. Name's Adonis, by the way. If you want to attempt the trial, just say the word. I'll explain everything you need to know.
I didn't hear you say Seth because I was too distracted by this guy's outfit
There might
choices.
not be much choice but joining up. I suggest talking to
Like
Adonis
my
and
dude.
finding out what his trial entails. The bandits of this desert have been exploring the ruins for many years. They know what's in there better than anyone. If you want to recover the Clavis, your best hope lies with them.
Okay.
You ready to see if you've got what it takes to join Monoculus? Oh, made your decision, have you? Then let me explain what you'll have to do. There's a giant sandstorm in the desert. You've seen it, right? It's been causing us nothing but grief out here, to say the least. Make it stop. That's your test. Off you go.
Make it stop? The wind? Do you want a bandit or a holy woman?
Oh,
Cough, cough.
fine. Make me explain. Look, that thing's not exactly natural. People call it God's wrath. It's magic or a curse or something. If you can trigger the stone monument near it, you should be able to control it, including making it go away.
If you know that, why haven't you taken care of it, instead of asking a stranger?
What, you think a human can control the weather? That's just crazy talk. Now go and give it your all.
Make
Best
your
of
mind,
luck.
sir.
Beat the monster near the stone monument, and you'll get the key that activates it. And that's the last freebie you'll get from me.
So if you want into the bandit gang, you'll have to defeat a monster, get a certain key, and somehow use that monument to stop God's wrath.
Hearing what Adonis had to say about it didn't sound like anything a normal person could do.
You're right, it's not a very fair trial. But then again, you are the savior. Doing what regular
You're not
people can't
particularly
comes with a
normal.
job, right?
Called out.
I like how it's very conveniently called Near God's Wrath.
True.
He really doesn't look like a Adonis.
No, he looks like he's trying very hard to look like an Adonis. But fake nibblers.
They disappeared. They decided they were not going to face lightning.
I mean, mood, but
I think that must be it. Adonis' monster. The question is, does it have the key?
Let's hope that it does. But I'll have to beat it to find out. And now I get to be a bandit, too. Better be careful.
add it to the CV, Lightning.
Light's too fast.
There you go.
You are free of the darkness.
Good thing about using CP on Chaos monsters is you'll almost always get it back.
Is this how you activate that monument?
That's the theory, yeah. It's called a crux and it's supposed to fit right into the monument and switch it on somehow. But not just for anyone. According to all the tales, only those chosen by God can make them work.
Always makes me wonder if by Adonis' description, only those who have been chosen by God,
Reacting to your power.
if that means that Hope could have
But don't tell me,
activated a
you
crux
can actually
too.
make it work?
But he's not in the surface, so we will never know.
Well, shoot. I never thought you'd be able to do it. So you're the real deal. You actually got the crux to do its thing. Guess the boss was right. As usual. You've got some strange kind of power that the rest of us just don't.
Your boss? I don't remember being introduced.
You haven't, but we've been keeping tabs on you ever since you stepped off the train at the station. But I suppose I should let the boss explain the rest in person. 'Cause, honestly, I don't want to get blamed for spilling the wrong things.
So does that mean I'm in?
I said the boss will explain in person, didn't I? You think just anyone gets in to see her? Welcome to the gang. You are now officially part of Monoculus.
Blight, you've stopped the winds and opened up a new route. This will make for a great shortcut to the bandit settlement. It looks like Adonis wasted no time in using your new shortcut. Why don't you follow his lead and head back to meet the bandit boss? The bandit gang was watching you from the very beginning. It seems like they were just waiting for the right time to talk to you. So the leader of the Monoculus gang saw through your true power. It looks like you might still have some challenges ahead of you, Light.
So, like, do you reckon he knows that Fang is the leader at this point?
Hmm?
Do you think that Hope knows that Fang is the leader at this point?
I don't think so.
It should be him in his massive data file.
Yeah, but there's not so much information about the bandits, I guess.
He didn't care.
That's another possibility.
They didn't interact too much, so...
Good job again on the trial. Impressive. You ready to go meet the boss now?
Time to meet Fang.
I love this scene.
Yeah.
Hey, girl!
Lex.
Here she is, boss. The new recruit with the crazy powers. It was just like you said, the crux lit up like a candle.
Perfect timing. Glad you could make it. Took you long enough, didn't it?
Fang.
What? No hugs and tears for an old friend? Not like I'd expected, though. If you'd shouted Fang and hugged me, I might have had a heart attack on the spot.
Yeah, you guys know each other.
But I'm glad to see you're still the same. It's been a long time, after all.
Speaking of three houses, says another voice.
So I guess a part of you has changed.
That's in Three Houses.
You're more than
Fang's
just human.
voice actor,
You're on a mission
Rachel
from God
Robinson.
now.
That's
Right, Xavier?
Judith.
So you know who I am.
Except without the Australian. Except
Without
with
the
the
fake Australian
Isn't it nice
accent.
not having to explain things? Yeah, I heard all the stories hanging out with the God Squad in Luxurian. They love talking about their savior.
You were with the Order, but ditched them to come out here to be a gang leader.
Those priests aren't exactly my kind of people. I stuck around to look after Vanille, but then something else came up. I'm after the Clavis now. It's been sealed away for ages, though, and no one's got even close to it. I was beginning to think I'd have to give up. But then you came along and worked your magic with that crux. How about we team up? I want to get that Clavis before the Order does. Help out a friend, Lightning?
How could I refuse an old friend? It'll be like old times, right?
All right. I'll show you what we have on the ruins. We've got lots to talk about. Like what the Order is up to. And Vanille, too. Anyway, we've got ourselves a deal. If you're going into those ruins, I'm coming too. We'll get that holy Clavis, and take down anyone that gets in our way.
They're dynamics. They're good. They are.
Yeah.
So the boss turned out to be someone you knew, Erba Yun Fang. You once fought alongside her many years ago.
You do
Right.
realize that you did too, right? Yet you sure make it sound like it has nothing to do with you.
Well, yes, we did fight together once. A long, long time ago.
I can still remember
Call him out
how
when
I
you use a
choose
passive
the place to
voice.
make me smile.
I mean, poor thing.
But to be fair to him, it was a long, long time ago, and he spent like 4 weeks with Fang at max. I mean, yeah, Lightning also
don't
spent like 4
really
weeks
know
max
how
with her,
long time.
but
I'm not sure about the 4 weeks part, but whatever.
well, I tend to believe that the game could, the OG game must have taken place between 4 to 8 weeks. 12 weeks an absolute max. And I think the first week or so was on Cocoon.
All of you who've given up on the Clavis and been taking it easy are gonna have a little change.
Certainly a few days on Cocoon. Then I think there was a couple of weeks when they first landed on Pulse that we didn't see at all before they were like, well, we give up. Let's try Erba. Then however long it took them to cross to Erba.
This is Lightning.
So yeah.
Yeah, they made it pretty clear, like, yeah, we have been exploring this area, yada yada.
Grab every last treasure
Yeah.
this world has to offer.
Okay.
And then it depends on how long they spent doing side quests.
But I've seen people argue that that Hope's disconnection with Fang is some proof that he is not real.
Nah, he was just disinterested. Like, yeah, Fang, Vanille's girlfriend. I think that's what Fang was. Slightly terrifying, Vanille's girlfriend.
Yeah, they didn't exactly spend much one-on-one time together. By the time they met up, she was, let's go get Fang. Let's go get Vanille. I will kick anyone's
Fang
ass
was-
if it means I get Vanille.
Didn't really.
Yeah.
Fang interacted with Lightning because they were of similar mind, worked the same way. So they, yeah, I can see a friendship there. I can see the ship. I understand it. I don't ship it personally because Vanille, all the way.
Yeah.
But I see it.
Yeah, Fang's already married, guys.
He and Snow did interact because they were oil and water, just like Lightning and Snow were oil and water. But Hope, to her, he probably was like, I don't know what that kid is doing over there, but he's apparently with us, so...
Nah, I mean,
Yeah.
she has a couple lines with towards Hope, but that's pretty much on the screen. That's all we get. There's not. I mean, I recall in the same house when Fang is around checking the house. You know that sequence, and when she sees a photo of the same family, she's like, must be the kid's family. She doesn't even. It's quite likely that she hasn't even registered Hope's name.
Yeah, she doesn't have much personal interest in at all at that point. And it's not long until obviously she gets to the stage where, like, we're a family now. But yeah, at that point he's probably just
When it comes to
Kid Lightning's dragging around.
when it comes to Hope, it's usually Vanille who has more like this friendship with him, more or less.
Yeah, because they made that initial connection at the beginning where, like, they were both in a shitty situation. Like,
When
okay,
she
we
used the shit out of him.
yeah. When
Yeah.
she used the shit out of him to get to the bloody
Vestige.
vestige. And she was like, yeah, this is probably not a good idea to use this incredibly traumatized kid, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Betrayal. Anyway. And this is an important conversation that's going to happen here. And also a reminder that this quest, this main quest point is, in terms of Hope's arc, it's Keikaku. So it's going to be references to that. So yeah, anyways, let's go.
Before you head out, it may be a good idea to talk the expedition through, to make sure we're on the same page. So what you're looking for is the Holy Clavis, a mystical relic said to gather the souls of the dead and believed to lie in this desert. Both Monoculus, the gang of bandits headed by Fang, and the Secutors of the Order have tried in vain to find the treasure.
But despite their best efforts, no one has even gotten close to it. I know all this.
Yes, but Light, you're forgetting one crucial thing. You managed to get the Crux to react to you because you're the savior. I'm sure you'll be able to break the seal that protects the Clavis.
Maybe. But if you want the truth, I'm more curious about Fang. She used to be with the Order, and now look at her. She's head of a bandit gang?
I would
She
assume that
slipped.
means she's decided to defy the Order for some reason, though I don't know why. She seems to want the Holy Clavis, but I don't know what for. Light, I know she's your friend, but do you suppose there's a chance she's hiding something from you?
Everyone has something they want to keep hidden. I'll wait till she's ready to tell me.
You really do trust her, don't you?
Of course. We were allies.
So, first I want to hear your impressions of the conversation.
Hope saying she's your friend. He's distancing himself like crazy.
Yeah.
So,
Also, everyone's got things to hide. There's like quite a few parallels in there.
there's something quite interesting to me that people this is one of the quests that I've seen people most using to brandish against Hope as into something that makes him dislikable. It's a wonder to me how they reached that conclusion, but okay. But having read arguments, it's more like because the reason appears to be more like he takes a suspicious stance. He's suspicious of Fang. So
yeah, but the thing is that this whole quest, God's plan is apparently to get the Clavis to Vanille.
Mm-hmm.
Hope actively helps Lightning not get the Clavis to Vanille, which was against God's plan. It's the most blatantly he works against Benevelza in the entire game. And we do not know what Fang's motives are at all at the beginning. As far as we know, she also wants to get the Clavis to Vanille. We don't know until literally they stumble upon the Clavis that she wants to keep it from Vanille. So yeah, Hope's distrust of her is because he knows full well exactly what the Clavis is going to be used for, and he doesn't want that to happen. And he does actively help Lightning get her hands on it and keep it away from Vanille.
Well said.
Yeah.
Yes, this entire section is about the reason these two want the Holy Clavis. That's to say, Lightning and Hope. Lightning doesn't know at this point, but Hope does know that if they got the Holy Clavis and they got, for example, in a safe place like the Ark, it's not going to reach Vanille, so there's no soul zone. So yeah, Hope knows this, but then they meet Fang, and she's interested in the Clavis, and if Fang wants the Clavis for Vanille, which is what would make sense, right? Then that's something that Lightning, of course, she's oblivious to this. She doesn't know what the Clavis is for and what's the plan, the Order's plan, and she's all too happy to meet an old friend, you know. But Hope is not so much, not so much, and in the end, we actually learn that by the end of the quest, we actually learn that Hope was right in a way to distrust Fang, because Fang had been actually going with Lightning in order to see and intervene in case they wanted to take the Clavis to Vanille. So it's kind of a two-sided mistrust in both sides, but not so much as Lightning. Lightning is in the middle of this. Lightning, she doesn't know about any of this. It's more like this mistrust between. This
is literally another example of what we were talking about earlier.
Between Hope and Fang, except that Fang isn't directing her mistrust towards Hope but towards Lightning. But Lightning's acting on Hope's direction, so it's kind of a bit of a mess, I guess.
Yeah, this is literally exactly what we were talking about earlier, how Square Enix like to use this thing in games where they only get the half truth from each other, and it creates conflict until it's eventually resolved. And it's another example of it. We've got Lightning, who just wants to help Fang, because, why not? As far as Fang and Vanilla are friends, she doesn't know that the Clavis is going to cause Vanilla any danger, so it seems to her that obviously getting hold of the Clavis and getting to Vanilla is a good thing. We've got Fang, who doesn't want to tell Lightning because she thinks that Lightning might potentially be on the side of letting Vanilla do the soul song, because she only knows that she's working with God. So Fang only assumes that she can't tell her the truth, so she keeps the truth away from her. Hope has his own truth that he's not telling either of them, and he assumes that they're working on opposite sides. So it's all this whole half truth.
So messy.
Yeah.
They are so messy.
And it's and it causes conflict, and it's a storytelling method that Square Enix likes to use. And
Arithmometer.
yeah,
Well, back when she was alive.
Yeah, communication
we
is
still had our shop. My wife was in charge of
it's
it.
kind of, I
Never
mean,
was good at numbers. But my wife, Monica,
they're all lying to each other through a mission.
we're gonna have
both Lightning and Hope have, even though they trust they really trust each other. They also in this game keep things to themselves, and that's the source of
smile of hers.
of a fair deal of tension, especially in the when the end game comes, and
Everything ended. My
And-
business, my life.
and things
I
happen
lost Monica and her smile.
because
Yeah,
basically
Only whereas
yeah,
I
because
have
basically
felt
Hope
anyone regret and despair.
wasn't able to. Well, he chose to
I'm
bear
sorry.
all
Do
the
you really
burden
think
himself
you'll be able to
and not
move
tell
on if you
anyone.
find your
No,
way
he
through
didn't
that
even tell
tunnel?
Lightning about
Sure as the
Keikaku
desert's dry.
in his
If I
farewell
could just
scene.
find that arithmometer for
No.
her, I'd be
I
done
mean,
with
that's
this
the
place in a heartbeat.
core of the game's conflict though. So the initial conflict is obviously we need to save the world, and then it becomes, should we save the world? What's Benevel's doing? Then it's, wait, what's going on with Hope? That becomes one of the conflict. Then it's, oh shit, we found out what's going on with Hope. Now we definitely need to find out what's going on with Benevel's there. And like the initial conflict of let's save the world and get Sarah's soul back, like completely flips and becomes let's save Hope and kill God. So like it's just the way that the conflict develops throughout the game, and that distrust of Hope is like the mid-game conflict, the Dark Forest bit actually, in the 3-arc narrative.
If you need any supplies, you'd better stock up here. You're not going to find any shops where we're headed. Gear won't do you much good out in the desert. Might as well use it now to get the things that may save
Titan's
your
hands.
miserable life.
Your miserable life. Why? Thank you, fam.
Welcome. You do
It is evidence that Titan's buried there.
I don't have Phoenix Stone. Damn it. Anyway.
Just don't die.
So the thing that strikes me as how much tension Hope has to endure with his situation.
You've gotten really close to the giant's hand. The entrance to the ruins
It's-
should be around there somewhere.
I'm thinking of the city opera Omnia and how with you know Cell that when El Narche awakens just a hazy memories of his time as as and he he panics enough with how remember memories that it's enough to make him I'm out. I don't want to put Lightning in danger. And
Yeah. he instantly notes out of there and he's like, sorry, Light.
Yeah.
Rest of the crew's in the background, by the way, just chilling and hanging, and Hope's like, sorry, Light, I didn't want to put you in danger. And everyone's like, what about us?
I mean,
So it was you. I heard
the city of Veromnia, it wasn't subtle at all.
No. They did, however, give us the best line, where Snow's they're playing off as Punch Snow.
There's one thing I need to know. Why would you want to summon the souls of the dead? What exactly are you planning on doing with the Clavis?
Me? I'm not the one who wants the damn thing. I wouldn't even know what to do with it. It's Vanille who needs it. For some reason, when we woke up from the crystal...
That line probably didn't help to ease Hope's distrust.
Yeah, because Fang, I will tear down the sky if it helps Vanille. Said Vanille wants it. He had no reason to believe otherwise.
She's a wild card in his Keikaku.
If Vanille gets that holy Clavis, and she uses it, she should be able to call all those souls to her.
So the Order plans to gather all the souls of the dead? Why? To save them?
Come on, it's me you're
Light
talking
already
to.
told...
Now
Vanille already told you what she planned to do.
You're here under their orders, aren't you? High and mighty savior.
I wouldn't assume anything if I were you. I'm not here for the Order. It seems like you don't see eye to eye with them, though. Care to share?
That's a story for later. Come on, we're wasting time we don't have. If the Secular snatch up the Clavis first, I'd never forgive myself. There's a place I want to check out first. A door. It's got something good behind it. Or I might have banned it.
I mean,
I'm thinking
they must all be side-eyeing each other.
Let's go see what you can
because Fang does want to get to it before the Order. So they must all be like side-eye squinting at each other like, what are you up to? What are you up to?
Yeah, but
what are you up to?
But Lainey has her questions, but she's not overly suspicious. It's Hope who's probably up there like...
Yeah, but there must be some side-eyeing going on, like, oh, I'm not sure what you're up to, but we'll carry on with that.
Like, is your agenda working with my agenda?
That's right, you know. I've been able to plot numerous
Are you
shortcuts out of the
scheming
ruins.
in the right direction?
Every last one seems to be blocked by some mysterious force.
Isn't that what I'm here for? Maybe I can undo those seals, too.
You had better.
What I really want to know
I let a slacker like you into my prestigious gang
is, can Fang hear
I
Hope?
use my head. Like noticing that if
I don't
we open
think
up
so.
all those doors,
I mean,
She does seem to answer to the dialogue
They
though.
most likely will. Those Secuitors live just to get in my way, I swear.
Like, did Light put Hope on
Annoying
speakerphone?
little bastards. We'll just have to find the Clavis before they hear that we're in then.
Like, up until now, I've just assumed he's on Bluetooth headphones. Bluetooth earpods. She's like got AirPods in, she can't hear anything. But I assume she must have put Hope on loudspeaker because Fang does seem to respond to all of their conversation and not just Lightning's side of it.
Not that Fang makes any special comment about that.
Yeah, no, she's not trying to talk to Hope or anything, but... yeah.
I transcend
We kind of ruined the mood for Saber sets, but...
Well, I mean, we haven't got Battle of the Big Bridge to sing for a while. I mean, we could, but it's not there. Fuck, now I've got Battle of the Bridge in my head.
Remember the details of each door. This kind here is what we call a time door. You've got to be careful around these things. It'll open on its
Because
own.
this game hasn't got enough
Close with
puzzles.
you inside. All based on the time of day.
I mean, you can still
Even
navigate
that
the
route that we
ruins.
just came along will be sealed off at a
Oh
different
shit,
time of
technically
day.
this is a
You
tower.
could end
It's
up
just in
having to
reverse.
take the long way around, or get sealed in the ruins.
Fucking towers!
Speaking of towers, did you play the 16 DLC?
I got partway through it, realised it was going to be very combat heavy, realised I couldn't remember half the combat, and I didn't practice enough before I went into it, and then noped out when I realised there wouldn't be much story.
I think
I might play it.
I think the
closer to
story one is going to be the next.
Yeah, which I think is February.
Mm-hmm.
So I might play it close to February, or I might just play it when my head's
this one.
not busy.
Neil and Fang woke up from their crystal stasis about 13 years ago. It appears they were both being held at the Order's main cathedral in Luxarian. But according to the records, Fang fled the Order shortly after, alone.
Those two were bound by something stronger than family. I can't imagine what would have made Fang leave Neil behind on her own. Something important, that's for sure.
They are so avoiding the word lesbians.
But they're sisters!
Something stronger than
sure.
family.
Yeah.
Sure, like
yeah. To the I thought they were sisters gang. I could kind of understand how you make that expression in the first game. You were very heteronormative. We're beyond that now.
I mean, there's no
You no
sub-
longer see it.
In Line of Returns, there was hardly any subtlety with Fang and Neil.
Yeah, they've given up any pretense of them being like sisters. That's gone now. If this game was made nowadays, they would be slapping the pride flag all over this.
They would make it out like Dion turns. Anyway.
Yeah.
No! Don't cut me that line! My fault.
See, a real nibbler would never.
True.
This is the true.
I should have stopped.
If you destroy the statue, you may find treasure, or find yourself knee-deep in skeletons. If you take them on without any sort of plan,
I love
you
the
may
concept. Find yourself knee deep in the skeletons.
Treasure! Free stuff.
The thing is, I don't know. When it comes to, I mean, in terms of showing couples, I think there's something about it in Japan that it's only done explicitly if the game has an M rating. I think.
No, it's more sensibility. It's more sensibilities. Like a lot of Japanese culture, romance is very subtle and a very private thing. It's PDA is not accepted.
Titus and Yuna is so different in English and Japanese. Like in English they had to add that I love you, that in Japanese they were like, they already understand that, why would we have to add that?
Yeah, there's a reason why like XIII is very, very rarely used. It's really not used. Even between like married couples and shit, they don't tend to say that. It tends to be like not worded directly. It's just not done. That's why it's actually quite surprising when they do use XIII. I was actually taken by incredible surprise when it was used in certain other media. When I knew the English translation first and not the Japanese, and then I went back and found out it was used. I was like, oh, because I was expecting something else to be used, and then I went and listened to the Japanese script, and I was like, oh shit, they actually went there, because that just doesn't happen. But yeah, it's very, very normal for Japanese writing
It's
that
hard to believe
couples
that
are
up until 13 years ago, you
not
and I were
necessarily
stuck in that crystal
explicitly
pillar.
shown.
It was a long sleep.
Well,
hell,
it's only
it's been
when
hundreds of
they're
years since the
writing
days
more
we
to
fought
Western
together,
sensibility
as
that
we'll
they
see.
tend to
And before we
be a
met,
bit more
I was
explicit
stuck
in it.
another damn crystal.
Yeah.
I've been asleep more than 1,000 years of my life. I did the math. Technically, I think that makes me the oldest hag on the planet. Not that I'll ever act my age.
Depends
Wouldn't be
whether
much
or not
fun.
Thais identifies as a hag.
I mean,
I never asked his pronouns.
I do like Fang's dialogue.
You see strange devices all over the ruins. Nothing we've done has ever made them work. But why don't you try your savior magic?
savior
Fang
magic is it.
sounds so impressed with her savior magic. Sounds like she had to spit the word out.
I'm hearing something. Oh, another skeleton.
Think you can take us?
Whilst you're fighting skeletons, I'm just going to check to see what happened when my mother is missing. She was supposed to ring me when she needed picking up, and she's not rang me yet.
Here I descend.
So the thing, the thing, I don't know, people were saying that 16 was very mature, but in truth, 16 really doesn't show that much. I don't know. I mean, when I rechecked 16's cutscenes and all, and even the spicy one, so to speak, it's not that much, I guess. I mean, I'm not an expert, but you know, there's nothing explicitly shown. It's more explicit, but no. Anyway. Are you still with me?
Yeah.
Yes? Did Sil have to go? Oh.
Sorry, yeah, I was just checking in with my mum to make sure that she was alright because she wanted a lift home.
Okay.
But she doesn't need a lift home, but I'm just checking up with her a second.
Okay. So, says music, academia, 500F.
Yep. Yeah. Cursed music.
It looks like you've reached your destination. There's an unbelievable source of energy radiating from behind that door.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. I can feel it from here. You think it's the power of the Clavis?
It seems likely. The reason that you can feel anything light is because the Clavis reacts to the Savior.
So, it wants me to come in and say hi. I get it. But this door doesn't seem to agree. It's stuck shut.
Yes, it's protected by a particularly nasty seal. My analyses suggest that the key to undoing this seal is hidden in the murals. There are 3 murals within this ruin which describe the true story of the gods. Only one who has seen them with their own eyes and has understood the truth of the gods will be able to pass through that great gate, the sacred gate, to reach the Holy Clavis.
3 murals, huh? Somehow I don't think a little art appreciation will be all I need to get that Clavis.
Well, the good news is, I know where the murals are. To see them all, you'll have to visit 3 galleries that are located elsewhere in the ruins.
Of course they are.
Naturally.
Even lightning's whispering fucking towers.
From the looks of it, I'd say the Clavis is on the other side of this thing. I can't think of anything else that would be so heavily sealed. Seems like a regular crux won't cut it this time. We'll need something extra special. I guess it's back to the hunt for us.
Okay.
I like how they were like, we've already dropped enough pseudo-Christian like stuff into this game. Perhaps we should not call them crosses. We'll call them cruxes instead.
I mean, thing is, the cruxes here, they're not exactly Christian crosses. They're more like on the side of. I would have to check. I will have to check the shape again with. But they remind me more of the Greek cross. You know, the same length cross side. You're not the.
Yeah, they're more like the Orthodox.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like Roman, Roman Greek stuff.
The gate which protects the Clavis is very heavily sealed. It's almost certain that you won't be able to open it without a special crux designed for such a purpose. Find that crux.
That
was Director Hope. Okay.
I was going to say the same.
Hello.
Like, I was going to say the same. Like, very direct.
I love when Director Hope randomly appears.
That crest marks another seal, but I think you'll be able to break it with your powers. And the crux, of course.
See, it's more like same length of the. Yeah. It's not exactly a Christian cross.
It is still taller on the bottom. It is still longer on the bottom.
It's wider, but not longer, I think.
It's longer.
Meh, whatever.
Not by much. It's the dimensions are absolutely nothing like you would expect, but they're not always like that.
Bhakti!
Oh, thank goodness. It looks like someone who might be of some use has finally shown up. I was beginning to think that the world might end before that would happen. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Now has attitude.
I am an exploratory rover bot called Bhakti.
What is this? An AI? Why are you here?
Oh, there are so
AI.
many things I could tell you, and I would love
Well,
to.
technically
I'm
it is.
afraid I'm most dreadfully low on fuel. And so I must ask
The
you to
only
consider
actual
my most
legitimate
unworthy
AI,
plea before any
because AIs used in media at the moment are actually learning machines and not actually any sort of intelligence. Cough, cough.
I think I know what you're gonna say.
Yes, I could tell you are intelligent. It is just as you suspect. I hope that you might assist me in procuring fuel. Of the robot variety.
We're very
You
polite
expect
robot.
me to head out into this huge desert and hope I'll strike oil.
Oil? I am a precision instrument. No, I need specific fuel from these locations. Near the sundry shop. In the bandit settlement. Beside the Adamantis skeleton. Somewhere at the base of that lofty and once great lighthouse. Those are the only locations I have detected so far. However, there may be others yet that I am unaware of.
I can have a look. How much do you need?
Ah, a worthy question. I think about 3 inertia worth should get me by long enough. I am depending on your assistance. I need that fuel to save my comrades as soon as I possibly can.
There are more of you?
Yes, and I expect my comrades are most eagerly awaiting me. And now you should feel an emotional
poor precious
responsibility
thing.
to help me. Should you not? I'm so glad that we could bond like this.
That is some programming you have.
Okay, you just need one more inertia of fuel for Bhakti. It seems that robots like that Bhakti were used by the bandits to help map out the ruins once. I'm surprised that any of the bots are still functioning.
It certainly looked its age, but it carried on a conversation fine enough. Someone did a good job.
I don't think those kinds of bots came with conversational functions. I guess someone must have tinkered with it.
Leave it to Hope to immediately start going wide eyes at seeing a robot that's like, you know.
How strange that skills like that can be developed.
Maybe there's hope for humanity yet.
Yeah.
So waste of time.
I mean, we'll go into that later when we finish the side quest, but there's definite shot moments.
One of the galleries. You should find a mural of the gods there. Be on guard, though.
A good bandit always is, right?
Another battle.
No, I don't want to fight the skeleton.
Creepy, scary skeleton.
Now, I don't want to sound like I'm complaining, but I don't see any kind of mural around here. What's the story?
There's a giant fucking screen in front of you, Fang.
This is certainly the spot, but it seems that you'll have to activate the mural before we can view it. The device is missing a key component. The tablets.
Of course
That's
it
what
is.
you need. Find them and we should be able to activate the device and display the mural.
Okay, so tell me about these tablets. Can we find them in the ruins?
No, afraid not. But I know where we can find them. There are 3 shrines out here in the desert. Don't know who built them or why. All we know is what the ancients called them, the Shrines of the Tablets.
Right. Sounds like the place to look. I guess you really do know
Very
a lot about
creative.
this desert.
Hey, you think we bandits were just twiddling our thumbs out here?
Doors marked with crests appear to lead to the surface. If you unseal them with the crux, you'll have a handy shortcut, a time saver.
No! I hate a skeleton.
And we meet again.
Mother.
We had Lightning commenting on zombies earlier. I'm surprised we've not had her commenting on, like, skeletons moving around.
I mean, Hope did talk about skeletons. And Lightning went so zombies. And and they pretty much left it at that. No.
Found your zombies.
Hope is like, no, not zombies.
Amazing.
Alright, you can't break the seal with brute force. Not surprising.
Not surprising.
I'd say this is a shortcut out of the ruins. Good to know if you need to get back to the desert fast.
Unfortunately, it's also a shortcut in.
Why don't you follow the path and see exactly where it leads?
Hoist by your own petard.
Mm-hmm.
Is she the savior?
We've been banging our heads against these seals for years, and you just pop them right open. I guess I was right about getting you on my side.
There should be any number of shortcuts like the one you just found. You should unseal any that you find. They may help you on your search, or at the very least, get you out of danger when you're in trouble.
Okay, so I want to get another voice line here.
It's like cats will need to be activated.
And I wish I knew the name of the instrument. I hate that they just said, yeah, the music in the Dead Tunes are ethnic. Like ethnic instruments. That's just so offensive to both, like, not every non-European / American person and to every musicologist.
What was that in the? That was in the wiki.
Does it not say? And where's that thing that I linked? All of the choral stuff. Where did I get that from? Oh shit! I didn't link to the whole thing. Hang on.
It was just.
I only copy and pasted the.
Not what they played. I'm still amazed though that we solved the Caius problem. That what had been bothering me was that Caius' theme had an actual choir, while the others were just synthesized version of that choir, and my ears just went. Something's wrong, something's different, something's off.
You sure know how to make a girl wait, don't you? Let's do this. If you need someone to rush in and hack away at enemies, I'm your girl.
Maybe I should have teleported. I don't know if I'm going to get the voice line. Yeah, I think I should have teleported. Yeah. I'm going to do a double teleport.
Here for the train?
Sorry, Lightning, but I am the boss and all. I can't be seen waltzing off and leaving the Dead Dunes. When you come back, I'll find you again.
As if I get that stupid voice line. You'll forgive me for the voice line hunt.
So is that Desert Lullaby? No.
No.
Hang on, I'm in the wrong soundtrack, that's why.
God, I don't even have my soundtrack list open right now. I'm winging it.
Ah, that's better. Right.
Hey, Lightning. I say it's time we find ourselves a Clavis.
Please don't tell me the voice line is only available at daytime, which is possibly.
What the hell is this Fagoto?
Hmm?
It's one of the instruments listed. Oh, it's a bassoon. Okay.
Wait, what did you say?
A Fagoto, it's a bassoon.
Yeah.
That's not what. This is a string.
No. Tabla. What's a tabla?
That's a stringed instrument. I can't say.
That's a
for
drum.
Sure. What?
It's a drum. Tabla. Sorry, I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the instruments that are listed in various.
Like,
but I don't know
what
track it is.
I would like to say sitar, but there are very different versions of.
Since I'm going to ask.
Fretless stringed instrument.
I'm going to ask something. In order to try and catch this voice line, do you mind if I let the time pass in the go to the arc and go back in the morning to down? I mean, we're going to have days, extra days that I'm going to skip. So you know.
I don't mind.
That voice line so important.
Yes.
Oh boy.
It's a long one and it's quite interesting. I mean, I could pull up the drive, but I mean, since we're going to be running out of quests, I don't really mind.
Why not?
Okay. Oops. Besides, more lore to us after the cutscene with Lumina.
Bring him. Bring me every document you got. Welcome.
And if I don't get the voice line for this, I'm going to have a fit.
Good. You have an hour before you will be transported to the Ark.
I know. That's sadly the point. I have to get out of Ruffian. I'm going to check which other quests we have to clear. Not so many. Okay, those are all Dead Dunes, Matchmaker, okay. Free Will, that's the Extinction Neblet one. And I have to unuse Neblet. Anyways. If I don't...
You need to return to the Ark at 6 every morning, without question. Remember that, Light.
Okay. I was going to say, if I don't get the voice line, I'll pull that up from my drive. This is kind of like trying to force it. I don't want to fight the cockroach. Shoot. Cockroach.
Light, you have to be in the Ark at 6 o'clock every morning to regulate the time distortion.
Yes, yes.
The time distortion, that's such a... No, I don't believe you.
As you were saying that you... earlier before you were saying that you like when he goes Director Hope.
Yes. But not when he... That's not his director voice.
No?
There's a difference. No, there's a difference. I don't know what the difference is, but sometimes it's just... Wow.
I know, when he's like, find that crux, and it's like, okay.
Exactly, that's it. Okay. Okay, Yggdrasil.
Grant the Forsaken World more time.
Welcome back.
Things to discuss, Hope, in a moment, I guess. Let's see. Oh. That's, This is Lux, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Soul of the Thief. I think Locke would be annoyed that it's called that it has the passive of Soul of the Thief. I'm a treasure hunter.
I mean, appropriate for what she's currently doing.
Mm-hmm. True. Anything else, Hope? No? No?
So, Cess, I don't know if it helps, but Lightning Returns was filmed in Bulgaria. Done in Bulgaria.
Yeah, but they are using a lot of instruments that are not Slavic.
Okay.
So no. But thanks.
Well, Slavic would make sense for the Cruxes to be Greek, I think.
It's just the music. The music was done by a Bulgarian orchestra.
Okay.
The chaos readings, they suddenly shot through the roof. Perhaps the chaos is even reaching the Ark now.
Ha! We can talk about Lumina. This conversation amuses me so much.
I met Lumina again.
You mean the girl who walks in the chaos? That would explain the chaos readings I picked up in the Ark. She brings the chaos with her. Light, there's something that bothers me about that girl. Perhaps you've noticed it as well.
You mean how she looks just like
course it is.
Sarah at that age?
So you think so too? They're so alike. I can't help thinking that it really is her, in some way.
She may look like Sarah, but
No,
it's not
no.
her. Lumina
Guys,
is too
no.
different. And she really
Once you know,
rubs
she
me
doesn't
the
look
wrong
anything
way.
like Sarah.
Maybe she's not that bad, just that her behavior seems all the worse when she looks so much like your sister. In any case, for now, Lumina's real identity will remain a mystery. All we can say for sure is you and her don't get along.
Yeah, no. When you know that Lumina is lightning, you cannot look at her and not see lightning in her. She looks absolutely nothing like Sarah.
But to Hope, Lumina's a bit of a wild card too.
Yeah.
So, but at
He's
the
not
same
exactly getting face on FaceTime with her, though, is he?
no. Face to face, they never meet, really. So there's that.
Robbed.
So, but at the same time, it's amusing the fact that Lightning is ranting about Lumina, and Hope is like, maybe she's not that bad. It's just that, when she looks like so much like Sarah, the Sarah part aside, it's like Hope. Even though Lumina has been trolling Hope a number of times, he's still like, maybe she's not that bad. So Hope, even Hope has more, a better opinion than Lightning has of her younger self.
Everyone's always their own worst critic.
I mean, it makes sense that she can't stand her 15-year-old self. Like, I would not
Cringe.
be able to stand my 15-year-old self. I would cringe the shit out of it. Ugh.
Same. So, sometimes I'm confronted with my writings from my 15-year-old self. I am like, can you please not?
My Tumblr still exists. But I think I was a little older. I might have been 17. 17-year-old says was up unbearable too.
Yeah, I started my Tumblr when Glee was a massive thing. I haven't deleted any of the Glee shit, and I ought to because, oh my god, that's cringe.
Okay, let's see if I got the goddamn voice line, and if not, then it's Google the right time. I sacrificed more or less one day for this voice line. Better be worth it.
You lost a night at least.
Yeah.
7 hours.
I'm going to give you 1 hour, Hope. And I forgot to get Phoenix Stones from Hope again. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to enter the ruins. And maybe that will spur him into giving me that line, that conversation. The things I do for conversations.
Is it one of the important ones or one of the funny ones?
It's long and it's interesting. And it's really good banter. So Ramon, you got a big giant ass lizard by your side.
It's shaped.
Waiting for 7 a.m. to kick in, and if not, then fuck my life.
We don't even have a nice troubadour to stand by.
Thank you!
The that you'll need to see the murals are in the desert shrines. According to the bandits, there are 3 shrines in the Dead Dunes. They should be in the dry floodlands, Adamis' sands, and the grave of the Colossi.
So now I'm, what, going on a pilgrimage?
No one has ever gotten inside the shrines. They're sealed tight, so who knows what you'll find in there, really.
I'll have to test your theory. Will these seals react to cruxes too?
It certainly seems likely that they would. You should be able to find more cruxes in the desert. That's what my readings tell me anyway.
Okay, got it.
Let me remind you of a few basics about the desert. First of all, if you're ever lost, go to higher ground. Second, make sure to unseal any passageways that lead into the ruins. Third, don't forget that daytime is dangerous. That's when the worst monsters are out. You probably know all this by now, though, huh?
It never hurts to have a reminder.
Good, I'm glad you agree. All right then, be safe out there, and find those tablets.
Never hurts to have a reminder, except at 5:30 and 5:45. Because we do know that we have to be beamed up. Yes.
Ow!
Oh, jump scare.
Motherfucker. Oh, hi, Frank. I didn't even see her. Was she
Lightning just
behind us all
blended into
along?
the desert. So for a moment I thought it was just fine sitting.
was unexpected.
I mean, we did dive into the chaos.
Aren't we killing lizards?
No!
Yeah, don't you need lizard tails?
Yeah, I have this.
Yeah,
Like, every time I see them, like, kill.
I'm trying to run away.
One of the shrines of the tablets is supposed to be here, in the dry floodlands. Just as the name implies, there was once a great river here that supported a large population, but that was long ago.
See, that makes more sense than an ocean. Considering Atmos's course is corpses in its bedrooms, and Titan's corpses in the bedrooms, and there are Adamanto's corpses in the bedrooms. Almost as if it was the Arclight Steps. And not a fucking ocean.
Another hill you will die on?
Yes. Yes, this is the hill I will die on.
That and the tower.
Yes. It's all interlinked. It's the same hill.
There you go.
Not a bad victory.
For anyone listening, that hill is that Titan Tower and Augusta Tower are the same tower. Augusta Tower was built on top of Titan Tower. That is my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
Hashtag read her essay.
Yeah.
Once.
Could this be what we need?
I've run a basic analysis, and it's definitely a unique liquid. I would guess it's Bhakti's fuel.
No.
It's gotta be quite old. It doesn't
Gremlins
go bad.
and fake niblets.
Even if it does, it's all that we're going to find in this world. No one produces fuel for robots anymore.
But what the fuck you doing, Hope?
For Bhakti. Why don't you head back and give him what you have?
This crest, it's the same style as the seals I saw in the ruins.
Yeah. Should open the same way then.
Rocks.
Well, how about that? This has got to be the tablet thing you're after.
Doesn't seem like anything I'd call a tablet.
Maybe they gave it a misleading name on purpose. It'd throw people off the scent if they didn't know what they're after. Tricky little buggers. Didn't want to make it easy for us.
So yeah, no, I'm not going to do the skeleton run up.
But what about the mission where you have to destroy all the skeletons?
I don't want to. I'm not going to do that mission on this run. I hate fighting the skeletons.
Wow.
You're not doing all the missions?
No.
Wow, that was a Swedish accent.
The important lore that we're missing from Meowth not killing all the skeletons.
The skeleton war.
Next thing you know, she's not going to defeat all the last ones either. But you can get the last ones on a first playthrough.
I did my best. That's also why I never complete the playthrough, but hey.
Your completionist style, it really both baffles me, but also there are so many things you don't get to finish, you don't get to see the ending of.
Yeah, I really need to break myself out of the habit and just play through to the finish and then do a completionist run.
Yeah.
But the Final Fantasy games are so long, that's where I got into the habit of trying to do everything in once rather than do it twice.
Must have gotten to him.
No, I don't think so. Humans did this.
Oh,
when the food supplies began to dwindle in this world, the people set their sights on these Adamantis. They hunted them into extinction. The humans
And where did the hunters live?
countless species in this way, just to live a little longer in a dying
next to the, and even in 13-2, they were on the Arclight steps.
No.
It's friendship.
No. I can assure it's anything but friendship.
Every monster in Final Fantasy games, it's friendship.
Until they eat you.
I mean, you murder your friends on occasion. That's normal.
Even the
I'm trying to
stars
think of
die
monsters
eventually.
that are like the opposite of friendship.
Is this
And like
the arithmometer?
the
It
giant
doesn't seem to be working.
flan with the awful soundtrack in
The thing Ramon was
13-2.
looking for. His last memento of his wife.
Oh, well, the mutant tomato.
But it wouldn't hurt to take it back to him.
I hate it so much.
Yeah, flans aren't so much friend-shaped, they're food-shaped.
Now you're being very British. Brits and their puddings.
No. That sort of pudding isn't British. That sort of pudding's French. That's where you get all your creme de la bullshit.
Never bullshit.
Anything French is, anyways.
It's all like eggs and milk, and leave it to curdle for like whatever, and pull it into an oven. And if you so much as breathe it in its direction, it will collapse. And that's too much effort for British food. British food is just like shove it in a pan and let it boil for 300 years.
Yeah. Preferably remove all taste somewhere along the way. Sorry.
Conquered 3/4 of the year for spices and then never used them. Did I say year instead of world? I meant to say world.
There we are.
I've had
One
no
more
sleep.
tablet found. What do you know? Not a bad haul for a rookie bandit, I'd say.
But don't you know I'm here on a mission from the one and only Bunavelza?
Then you're playing for the wrong team,
Sounds
sister.
convincing.
We do much better against gods, you and me.
True.
True. Hope, are you taking notes?
I mean, Hope is already planning that. Okay, Kaku. Oh.
Yeah, that's what I mean, like... regarding Fang's affiliation.
Yeah, of course. I guess. He's like,
So if there is one thing about this game that really breaks my brain, it's that all of this bullshit was put into place well before Bunavelza woke up. So like...
Yeah, don't think too much about that.
So like, was all of this bullshit just in place for some other reason, and then Bunavelza was like, oh, well I can use that for the Soul Song, and I can use that for training the goddess, and
well,
I can use this giant laboratory for making monsters and that. So like, yeah, all these ruins and shit were there already.
Let's not get too cocky.
To be entirely fair, there's the lore in OG13 that the arcs were made for in case some external enemy happened to, come and threaten the world. We don't know who built the arc or for what exactly, but we know about them, and maybe this is Bunavelza being paranoid again, all over again.
I mean, we know that his current plan can't have existed back
There should be
then.
a tablet here. The giant Falsi Adamus. Under orders from Pulse the Destroyer, it toiled endlessly beneath the surface of Grand Pulse. Yet now it finally rests. I imagine even it has heard the will of God, who has decreed the end of this world.
What the fuck?
Atomos is literally friend-shaped. He was a friend. He gave us a ride.
True.
5-star Uber. Rest in peace, Atmos.
Well, to be fair, Atmos had to be stopped by the dreadnoughts.
Then he chilled.
Then he chilled. Ah, there it is.
He recognized the commands of his
Isn't this
lord
the kind
and
of
master.
magnifying glass that appraisers use? It looks like it's pretty worn.
It does look rather old, but it seems like it's been taken good care of. Maybe this is the instrument that Elmer was talking about. The next time you stop by the bandit settlement, you should show him what you found.
Okay, down we go. Gremlins I can do.
Let's not get too cocky.
Oh, great! I was waiting for this one. Ugh. Arrow level 2. Thank you. Okay. Oh. Okay.
Percy orb. What a wonderful item.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Fine.
Guess it comes to this.
I mean, it's not like they restore my radio points too much, but better than nothing.
I mean, perhaps if you wiped out the skeletons.
Oh. That's a bunch of gremlins. Oh, another one.
You got a point.
Fire level 2. Do I have a fire level 2? I think I do. Fire level 2, yeah, I do have it. Okay.
Yes, another tablet in the bag.
Now we can see those murals.
That's what the man says. Let's head back to the ruins.
So, here's a curiosity. in Spanish translation, when Fang, it's the part when Fang says the man, obviously referring to Hope.
Mm-hmm.
In Spanish, it's rendered in our context. It has a teasing connotation. The way the words he uses for describing Hope in regards to lining. So, if you wanted to know.
Yeah, it would have been fun to see what the Swedish translation would have been like if we had one. Translations. You have no idea. You have no idea how blessed you guys are. You didn't have to play Pokemon and Zelda when you were like elementary school.
I was just about to say, why does everyone in Sweden?
Language.
Why does everyone in Sweden speak good English? Pokemon. It's all fucking Pokemon stuff.
Yes.
To be fair,
I forced to. And it was not just because of homework. No, we had practical use and practical need.
It is my wife's.
To be entirely fair, when Pokemon Mystery Dungeon first came,
You've got your wife's memento back, so now you can leave
it came
the
first
desert
in
anytime you want. Isn't that
English.
Like
I think I was 11 years old, more or less, 11, 12. and
Never found it.
and then
I want to say goodbye to the desert where my wife died.
we would have to wait like a couple
don't wanna leave the
months
desert
or
where
more or
she
less until
you
it
see?
got to Spain.
Not what
And
am
I was so
supposed to do?
so
Up to you. And if you can't figure it
so
out yourself,
I really wanted to play Mystery
then why
Dungeon,
don't you just think
so
about what your
I
wife would have wanted
downloaded it
What
in
Monica
English
would
and
have
play
wanted.
through all in
She
English,
always wanted
and
me to
that
make
was
it
my
up
first
there as a
time I
wizard.
actually had to make an effort
Me in my shop.
to
She
understand
wanted
everything
to
by
help me
context.
achieve my dream of
Because
making
I
it rich.
back then I didn't know
guess you have
as
your
much
answer.
English as I
If
do
you're going
now,
back into business,
but
how about
I
be your
still
first customer?
and I learned a lot from that experience. To be fair,
After
because
all,
I had to come up with the meaning.
You brought me back. You brought our dream back to
You
life.
know, from
Yeah, I'm googling because the first book I remember reading in English that was actually for fun and that I could read without much issue at all. It was Harry Potter 7, because 6 was spoiled for me before because someone else had read the English and the Swedish translation hadn't been released yet. That's when I decided that, okay, from now on I'm reading books in English because I will not wait for Swedish translations and get spoiled. So that was that. And it was released in 2007, so 13. I was 13 when I started reading in English instead of Swedish. I just dropped Swedish.
I read Harry Potter 5 in English, but years later, I specifically wanted to get one of my hands on the original books.
What a bright stream.
Okay, back to you.
Yeah, someone just dropped, and Dumbledore dies on me. And I was like,
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's...
I feel so lubricated once again. Though
that sounds wrong.
things do creak quite a bit after so long without servicing.
This sounds
I
wrong.
suppose I am just a robot.
It's a robot, says. Don't sexualize the robot.
Humans who do not need regular maintenance.
It's speaking about lubrication.
But we do get hurt, and then we need rest and care if we want to get better.
Yes, but the humans these days do not age nor die. Compared to a robot that will never get better if it breaks down. Yours is a life of infinite chances.
Well, now you have a chance of your own. So what about those friends of yours who need saving?
They are just this way. Follow me.
Oh yay, this quest is about to get a wholesome ending.
Thanks to my new fuel. However,
We've saved back to his friends.
to break through
Uh-huh.
it. Everyone, I do apologize for your long wait. You must have been quite troubled by
A
being
while
trapped in here for
is
such
always
a long time. Do not worry.
troubling.
You are free now to leave. There does not appear to be a response. Do you suppose they are sleeping?
Are your friends out of fuel too? If they're like you, then they'll just need their tanks filled to be up and running again.
I'm afraid they would have little use for such fuel. They are humans after all.
F.
What did you say?
Wholesome!
I mean, certainly 16 is dark, but you can tell me this game isn't dark as fuck.
Yeah, no, this little side quest is fucking heartbreaking.
Yeah. Give me a sec, I'm going to go yell. I'm going to need to yell at my brother.
Okay. Well, F. And I can rob them, okay.
Wow. That's harsh lightning. And now you get some more oil as well. You know, just to really rub it in.
We've been trapped for some time now. There's no food or water left.
It looks like this is the end for us at last. If you're reading this, I hope you'll respect the wishes of the dead. Take our remains and give us a decent burial.
No, I just want to rob you and leave you there.
I imagine you found a robot on the other side of this wall.
The screaming at brother
If it stopped working,
did not work. I need to
please
fix
bury
shit
it
because
together with
brother
us.
is not fixing shit. I'll
If it's
be
still moving though, please fix it up and find it a new home. We may look like fools for worrying about an old robot in our last moments, but Bhakti is not just a robot. He has always been our greatest ally, companion, and friend.
So, back to Shintoism.
Yeah.
So, like, in Shintoism in Japan... Oh, hang on, we'll let him talk.
Yeah.
Why have you become so thin? Did the many long years spent in this dry desert air absorb the moisture from your bodies?
Technically, yes.
My friends, they do not seem to be able to start up. If they have broken down, I will need to obtain new parts and repair them.
Bhakti, you can't repair a human like that. They're just gone. When humans die, they never wake up again.
Never start up again.
Error for sure.
We are finally reunited.
I mean,
after so long.
Sarah?
I rationed my fuel
Yeah.
Souls of the dead?
all in an effort to witness the
She
end
still
of the
doesn't
world
know.
together with them, my dear friends. I had no
But she's actively
idea
working towards it.
that they needed
But in a
constant
new world,
refueling.
I guess, so
They
she
must
doesn't
have
count
thought
as.
that I had abandoned them here.
I don't think they did. They would have known that you were doing everything you could to save them. I'm sure they were grateful for that.
I thank you. Humans are a kind species.
For all those lightning is cold assholes, she's being compassionate to a fucking robot here.
Mine. Farewell, my friends.
Bhakti, you were the best friend these people could have hoped for. The light of these souls. They're the proof of how grateful your friends were.
We'll let Hope be
It
skeptical.
appears that Bhakti finally reached his limits. All of his functions have shut down.
Hope, what do you think this is? Can even a robot possess something like a soul?
I don't see how it could. A robot isn't made by God, but by man. But I do believe Bhakti felt for his dead companions. Perhaps those bonds gave him something like a soul. It's a nice fantasy
Sure.
to ponder, but hardly likely.
So Bhakti's just a hunk of metal that broke down next to its old owner, eh? I don't think I could get along with someone who thought like that.
Bang. Rude. Anyway, Shintoism and Bhakti.
Go.
So obviously in Japan and Shintoism is about how objects can get like a soul because humans were like because of its relationship with humans. So like if you like, I mean, I'm probably bullshitting this and not explaining it clearly, and also I'm not going to be giving a proper 100% accurate rendition. But the idea is that when humans work on something, they put a little bit of their own soul into something. So by the emotion, the connection that a human has with an object, that object can then develop its own soul, its own meaning. So it's like core to Shintoism and things like that. So Bhakti
Like
is
things
there.
can get- I mean, Japanese horror movies, things can
Yeah.
get cursed as fuck because emotions that linger can be. I mean, The Ring, The Grudge.
Yeah.
Those are both examples of, I can't remember the name of the kind of spirit.
Do
but
they?
It's very much like emotions that sticks.
Yeah, they
And
also
life of
believe
their own.
it's they also in their belief is that places can really become haunted by yurei in
Yurei.
In well, especially when in places where there have been suicides or really violent deaths. So in Japanese law, it's I think it's
yeah.
In Japanese law, I think it's required for when someone is looking for an apartment or a house, the owner has to tell the interested person if there has been any violent history in that place, because they believe they may be subject to the presence of a yurei.
Yeah, it's very, very embedded in Japanese, and it obviously appears a lot in Japanese media, and it's a
Ryo.
very it's a very
sorry,
strong.
I was just looking on Onryo.
That's
the ghost in the ring.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. So, about the thing about Bhakti, it's interesting when you say shot cell, because you said here comes the skeptical hope, and I was going to say it's not exactly that he's skeptical, because he's pragmatic, of course, but he's not entirely close to the idea. Like he says, I do believe that Bhakti is felt for his dead companions. Maybe perhaps that gave it something similar to a soul, and then he corrects himself, so to speak. A nice fantasy to ponder, but highly likely. It's like echoing what he thinks of the possibility of him or his soul being mended. Like,
I think Hope is a little bit blind to it, to be honest. I don't think he's realised or is aware that you can actually fix a soul like that. Maybe he's kind of removed from that because he is a scientist, so he thinks there's no chance of him being saved. He thinks his soul is lost. I think he's a little bit blind to any possibility of his soul being saved. He's not recognizing instances where, the soul is fixed and repaired and things like that. So we see these things where like robots are developing a soul because of the care and love that humans had for it, and that care and love and memories that the humans had was able to create a soul for Bhakti, cough shot. And he doesn't relate that to his own situation because he's not necessarily believing that it's a possibility. I think he is literally blind to it because he's too close to a situation that's very, very similar.
Yeah, the same way Lightning is blinded by her emotions towards it in regards to her logic sometimes. Hope can be blinded by his logic in terms of emotional stuff.
Yeah. So Lightning's willing to believe that a robot can have a soul and a robot can develop a soul, and that because humans cared for it, it's developed a soul because of the memories from humans. And she obviously puts that into practice later on.
Would very much hate the thought of him having a blind spot because of emotions.
Yeah. Hope is like, I need to science this.
In the terms of him in the new world, focusing more on social sciences, it makes sense. Like it makes sense. And now I'm thinking of that, and it makes sense that he's salty about having missed the spot. Like
he's filling out the blanks by studying it.
I refuse to believe
that
Hope.
He will not miss that again.
I refuse to believe that Hope does not have a tech basement somewhere where he just creates patents and then sells them on for money and then does whatever the fuck he wants in the new world. He has absolutely done the Steve Jobs thing of creating the next iPhone and then sold it to someone and taken the money to the bank and then gone, here, have your new phone that I've developed with all of the thousands of years of technical knowledge I have from a completely different world. Thanks for the money. I'm now going to chill in my basement and do my own research.
Alright, time for this.
Like, where the hell is money in social sciences? I'm sure it's there somewhere, but... Although I also want to know where the money is in Fang and Hope hanging out in ruins.
Yeah.
Not Fang and Hope. Fang and Vanille hanging out in ruins somewhere. That's their career apparently in the new world.
I would be sharing my headcanons, but that's just what they are, headcanons.
Yeah. we have to fill in the blanks when it comes to the New World, because
Of course, we weren't
It's
just
free
sleeping
real
away our
estate.
days in that pillar.
yes.
Hardly.
No,
We could feel what was going on.
I don't want to fight that.
Though it all seemed like some sort of hazy dream. We saw you
Not the
disappear.
kitty.
We also saw your sister head out on her journey. Eventually, we even got to see the world fall apart. And all time stop. You couldn't imagine how we felt while we just watched as the world slowly crumbled apart, unable to do a damn thing. Like a nightmare you couldn't wake up from.
Okay.
So I do find it interesting that Fang and Vanille were able to watch over everything. I mean, obviously we know they popped in and said hi to Sarah, but it is interesting that they got a glimpse of things, just like Sarah got a glimpse of what happened during the journey in the original game. If only Lightning hadn't locked herself in the middle of the realm beyond or whatever, she might have known what the hell was going on while she was having a nap.
Okay, let's see. Here's where the fun begins. Also, I am an idiot because I forgot to check the mural.
You can just hear Fang's lance in the background. She's just squaring up against monsters and light just swooshes by.
You're doing a great job, Fang!
Yes. Okay.
All right then, impress me. After all this, these murals better blow me away, or else I'm gonna have some words for you.
Art is its own true reward, Fang.
We used to have this old rhyme, you know. Come, pity poor Etro, she was left all alone. Her blood pouring forth in chaos to atone. Queen of nothing, goddess of death, so let her be known.
And then Lindsay, in his wisdom, used the blood that flowed from Etro to give birth to the first humans.
Yeah, so we could do his dirty work. Among my people, Lindsay was known as a trickster, never to be trusted. Though, in the end, even our own god was no different. Pulse used us and threw us away all the same.
Yeah, I think we've all learned not to trust the gods.
At least it gave me the chance to meet you all. But then, after hundreds more years in Crystal, we wake up again. And for what? So Vanille can go mad listening to the cries of the dead? The gods want to make us pawns. But Vanille and me, we're done playing their games. It needs to stop.
Does it now?
Vanille and Fang. They once supported Cocoon in their crystal sleep, frozen forever in time. But why did they awake now, at the end of everything? What purpose could God have in doing such a thing? What sort of plan does he have up his sleeve?
So, that thing Hope is doing is not asking questions. He's asking rhetorical questions. He knows why and what happened, and the reason for that. What he's doing is throwing those questions for Lightning to mull over it. So
yeah, you can't exactly just tell her the truth directly, because then he has still got an ear on whilst he's having his planet building nap.
During all this section after the murals, all that what you guys are going to be hearing is Hope throwing rhetorical questions, and they're really, really well worded as to not seem suspicious, but they're basically attention grabbers. They're not. Hope's not asking because he doesn't know. He's he's... yeah. That. Which is also the part of how Keikaku operates, by making Lightning realize things on her own, because Hope can't tell her, of course. Because what sort of plan does he have up his sleeve? Does that sound like what a loyal servant of God would say? I would say no.
No, because if he was that loyal, he would already know, and he wouldn't be afraid of telling Light that he knows.
Like, he's really reaching the point of, yeah, this is how you kill God, but you shouldn't do it, but you can.
What is this? All we get is some rubbish. Really?
It's no rubbish. It's the crux to the sacred gate, or at least one piece of it. All you have to do is gather all the pieces and put them together.
So, 2 more to go, right? 3 seems to be our favorite number. 3 murals, 3 shrines, and now 3 crux pieces.
Could be worse, it could have been 13.
3 parts of what makes a person: body, soul, and heart. Well, body, memories, and heart.
You've got all the tablets, right? Go around to each of the galleries. You should be able to see all 3 murals now.
Fuck this skeleton. I forgot. Sal, you want to read?
I can do.
Okay.
Goddess of Death. The goddess Etra's blood flows as she gazes upon the world's destruction. With one final breath, she returns to the chaos. With open arms, she welcomes the souls of the dead and gifts them with life. She is the goddess of reincarnation.
She may be the goddess of reincarnation. Doesn't mean she's not stupid as. Anyways.
I'm happy I managed to actually get the resting pieces into the
Yeah. She needs to stay in her lane. Yeah, Etro is the definition of goddess who needs to stay in her lane.
Like, when you do things outside your area, you are not moving.
Yeah, she had one job.
And she took on a few extra, which she shouldn't have.
Yeah, she got distracted from her main job and fucked up with her main job.
I mean, even the developer said in, I don't remember which interview, but it was there, that Etra's intentions are good, but her actions, she doesn't think the consequences of her actions.
Yeah, no, road to hell is paved with good intentions, that sort of shit.
She doesn't think. That's kind of... And that's unfortunate, because God wants her to feel, and she doesn't think, like, what's left.
Yeah.
And besides, I don't... even though, she may have all the good intentions in the world, but guilt-tripping Lightning the way she did, no, that's very uncool.
Yeah, manipulating humans and not understanding the consequences of their own actions does seem to be a family trait.
Yeah. Because, when it comes to Bunivelsa, for example, well, it's difficult to say because I think we discussed this another day, some day before, that we didn't really get to know the unaffected by hope Bunivelsa. We only know that he saw the humans, he didn't understand them, and he was like, I am going to try to save them, but I have to understand them. And then he went and took the worst possible human to understand.
I mean, Rosehead Phantom is pretty fucking manipulative.
Yeah, but in the same way,
He may not have understand the full effect of it, but that was pretty fucking manipulative.
that was
It was fucked up.
But in the same vein that Etro's guilt trip was fucked up.
Yeah, like Etro's like, oh, I can use this to get her to do what I want. Etro doesn't understand the full consequences of the survivor's guilt and everything that Lightning's going through and the existing trauma that she has. She's just like, well, if I say this, it will motivate her into doing that. Of what I know of the history of humankind, you know, these things happen and cause and effect, etc. She doesn't understand the emotions behind it. And just like Benevelsa's like, hey, apparently Hope is highly motivated by pink-haired women. So if I wave this pink-haired woman in front of him, he might actually do what I want him to do. And it's incredibly fucked up.
I mean, it's entirely possible that in his mind, he was offering the the fake Sarah to Lightning, offering the chance of like the possibility of Sarah's return, even though she's fake, and in the new world she would be like the other people, you know, removed from her personality and will, but it's entirely possible that what Benevelsa thought he was doing was offering Hope the promise of if you do this, you'll reunite with this person again. But
it's just like waving a motivation in front of him, going, hey, look, this could be yours. Come join me.
It's basically dangling a carrot in front of a donkey or a horse.
It's like, I know what you want. You want this nice pink-haired lady here, and if you come join my cause, you may be able to potentially, at some point in the future, terms and conditions may apply, be reunited with said pink-haired lady. And just like he's going, look, Lightning, here is your sister. Here's an image of your sister. Perhaps, if terms and conditions apply, you fulfill all of my wishes and dreams, then you may be reunited with your sister. Please read the small print.
Using pink-haired ladies, that's how you do it. Tried and true.
Yeah.
To be entirely fair, it's quite possible from the way I see things that Lightning considers Benevelsa to be lying to her if the Sarah thing is fake, but I don't think Benevelsa considers it a lie, because as far as the pact was made, he only said to Lightning that Sarah would be reborn again. Doesn't specify about how or why, or if she would be the same Sarah, or even if Lightning would be reunited with her.
He doesn't know what defines a human being. He doesn't understand the concept of how a human is.
And besides, and Hope being able to speak in Hope's voice, or being able to speak because he's got Hope's voice inside him. Besides, we don't know how much actually explaining he's done as to what he's got planned, because, you know, gods and no voices. Yeah, he does technically have a voice at the moment because Hope is chilling inside him. So he's borrowing that. But most of the gods' visions and things like that are just that, visions and things, because they can't clearly speak what they want to the people when they're asking them, or when they're giving them their tasks. So how clearly did he say, if you do this task for me, your sister will be reborn? Was that an impression, or was he able to use the voice that Hope gave him all the way back then?
I think if he had used Hope's voice, Lightning would have noticed.
But then But then when I was about to say, that's the sin.
No, I mean, I'm talking from the Japanese premise.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was about to say, it might not have sounded like Hope, but that's the fucking sin talking.
And specifically that Lightning said that it was the light was his voice. So yeah, apparently he talked to her the god way.
Yeah, so she might not have been able to read the small print in the terms and conditions.
If the sensations were something like the Ragnarok vision, you can well imagine that may have been confusing as hell.
Yeah.
By the by, I have to go to the bathroom. Can you please fill the gaps where I'm gone? It will just be a moment. Keep going, keep going.
No problem. Crap, we've finished with the topics. Yeah, I missed that.
Fuck, I've been speaking for 2 minutes, but I had myself muted.
That's alright, we got Battle of the Big Bridge inserted into the stream instead.
Yeah, I thought you were just completely ignoring me and big bridging instead. I was about to say that I am multitasking a little and I've completely lost track of the plot. What are we doing?
We were talking about Benevelza and the voice and like how he was.
Yeah, I know what
yeah.
the three of us were doing, absolutely. But the quest?
Oh, the quest?
What the heck are we doing more than they are finding pieces that allows the game to info dump?
I think we're 2 out of 3 tablets, because you need the tablets to get the pieces of the self-assembly crux in order to open up the room that gets you to the Holy Clavis.
This makes so much sense.
Yeah, it's very Indiana Jones.
I could hear the laughter from the bathroom. What have I missed?
Yeah, we missed me.
Cess was muted, so I sang Battle of the Big Bridge.
I didn't know I was muted. I fucked up.
Oh, okay.
So that's a thing.
Okay. That's fine. So I think I'm lost, maybe. And I saw a skeleton. Fuck my life.
Well, that explains it then. Why I have no idea what we're doing right now.
Oh, maybe here?
I think you got sent in a different direction because doors were inconveniently closed. Because this is a fucking tower.
Fucking towers.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh shit.
No, fuck.
Perfect timing.
No, I went this way already. Okay, there's a different one. Maybe here.
Oh, I see a door with...
Oh, fuck.
Oh, no. That is a friend-shaped door.
Well, I can wait.
half the world when we were in that pillar. We saved humanity. Not like it's something I can brag about, though. It wasn't heroic at all. It was more like atonement for all we'd done wrong before. No, not even that. There's no amount of atonement that will ever make right all the deaths we caused, all the lives that were destroyed. I know Vanille worries about that too. She wants to make up for it, and she believes with all her heart that she can. But I don't think it's something that you can make up for, or erase. What's done is done, but she won't accept that.
Holy shit, Fang's the emotionally stable one in the group.
Well, yeah. She's always known her motivations. It's all solid for her. She knows what she wants and she's gonna get it.
I mean, she's constant in her motivation, so...
I know, but in the, well, the group is basically Survivor's Guilt, the group.
Yeah.
And she's the only one who's like, yeah, no, you guys need to drop that.
You need to get back to the desert fast. Since you went to the trouble of unsealing the door, why don't you follow the path and see exactly where it leads?
Oh no, proceeds to disappear.
That's because he's got explosives.
Or gremlins.
And a skeleton.
Hey, Yumi. Long time no see. I know you're. I know you.
Yeah, this is new DLC.
Yeah.
Hey, Lightning. You feeling this? The air's different in here. I think we're close. We have to be. This heavy, cold atmosphere. It's got to be the power of the Clavis. What else could it be?
One day I should stream Pokemon, but not sure which game. Mystery Dungeon, probably. Those are the most story-driven.
Let's see this second mural. I paid for this show, and I want to get my money's worth. Hey, Lightning. What do you make of this, then?
It's the story of the gods. Or rather, the story of us. It shows how humanity was born from blood spilled by the goddess Etro. But we weren't made to live forever like this. We were put on the world to serve the gods, do their bidding, and then die.
But then the chaos broke through and changed the rules. Everything went pear-shaped, and suddenly it's like dying became an option. We became immortal, or that's how it felt at first.
You stopped aging the moment the chaos came, but misfortune and disease could still kill you.
And we don't multiply and fill the land anymore. No one's been born in centuries. You know, I always thought that death wasn't the end of us. Like our souls wouldn't disappear with our last breaths. They'd never really die. They'd come back. That's why I was never afraid to die for something I believed in. But now, I don't know. Dying feels like the end of the line. Like there's no hope of being reborn. Our souls will just get lost in the chaos forever. No second chances. I guess that's what Vanille wants to put a stop to. She figures this is her chance to save those lost souls. Some gear or something moved.
Convenient.
It looks to me like another sealed path has been opened.
Let's go ahead and check it out.
Did you hear the Zelda puzzle unlocked sound or something?
Crying out in their despair. No one else can see or hear them, so it's hard to appreciate what that would feel like. Do you think that Vanille is hearing the wishes of the dead? Is she hearing all of their regrets and desires?
I wish we had high renders high. Do we have high quality renders of these artworks?
I think
'Cause they're pretty cool.
Not that I know.
It's a shame because they are pretty cool.
The desert may be nice at night, but the ruins are not.
I'm just trying to decipher the first head that we see here, as in the first human matches with you.
Wouldn't the first human be like at the top?
No, the first one from the blood, and I see something that resembles Yule's headset, but not sure. Would be a nice nod if they did. Anyways. You want to read, Sal?
Yep. Reincarnation. People of this world were born from the blood of the goddess Etro, and their souls born from the chaos. Given a life of blessing and purpose, they live by the command of the gods and die. When they do, their souls return once again to the chaos, to the waiting embrace of the goddess.
Oh, I almost missed the crux.
We got the second piece. Let's go find the third.
You don't have to tell me. I'm more than ready to get that door open and get the Clavis.
The question is for what, Lightning?
You've got all the tablets, right? Go around each of the galleries. You should be able to see all.
Because, I mean, meaning because she doesn't exactly know what for, you know?
Yeah, she's not exactly got a plan here.
I think she's
Schmanning, schmanning.
She's just like, Fang wants the Clavis, and Hope says to go and get the Clavis, so let's
get the Clavis. Can you please?
I mean, he did get her to go into a play and jump on a statue as it is exploding, so I'm pretty sure Hope could tell her to jump off a bridge, and she would right now.
Right on time. Not your luck.
I knew it. Is this real?
Okay.
She looks dauntless.
I better get lucky.
I mean, Fang, Hope, and Light are the someone needs to die trio of the trilogy, the trio of the group, whereas Snow, Saz, and Vanille are the of fun trio. So, but they're all kind of still on the same wavelength. Just get the Clavis wavelength.
Okay.
Watch out for skeletons.
The last mural, huh? And this'll give us the key we need to open the sacred gate. And we can finally reach the Clavis. Huh? If it isn't the man himself, the Order's idol, Benevelza, god of light. Death defiles the soul. Let salvation purify you. So the dead are unclean, is that what they think? And when Vanille performs the soul song, those bastards are going to make everything neat and tidy again.
What do you mean?
Don't you know? It's the ceremony that the Order's got planned. It's the reason they want the Holy Clavis. So Vanille can do their dirty work. Thing is, she's the only one who can hear the dead.
And the Clavis can draw the souls of the dead. Isn't that how it goes? So, what does the ceremony do? More than just summon the dead, I take it?
If you believe the Order, it's all putting the dead to rest and providing a salve for their tortured souls. That was enough for Vanille. Hook, line, and sinker. She says that she has to go through with the ceremony. She wants to atone for the past.
So it's what Vanille wants, this ceremony. But even knowing that, you have no intention of helping the Order?
Not in this lifetime.
The Order wishes for the Soul Song to be performed, a rite that they claim will purify the souls of the dead. If it might save the souls of those who have died since the fall, you should be lending your support.
Sneaky bastard. You notice how he uses, how he worded that line. Are you still there?
Yes.
Hello?
I was asking if you noticed.
I multitasked.
Ah. Okay.
Noticed what?
How Hope worded the thing about if it might help the souls of the dead, then you may be lending your support, and it's like he's not telling Lightning that she should lend her support. He's basically throwing.
If you think it will help them.
He's throwing hypotheticals. Like they might claim they claim to be if and it might, and he's not telling Lightning that the soul song is what they should do. But you will see in a short while that he never intended for the soul song to happen. So do you want to read?
Yep. God of Light. Bonavelza, God of Light, celebrates the Chosen One, the one that will lead the souls of the innocent and pure to salvation. When the old world is destroyed and the cries of the lament are hushed, his new reign will begin.
When exactly did they put this up? The timeline doesn't check up. It doesn't.
This one doesn't seem quite as original as the other two, to be honest. This one seems weird in comparison to the other two. The other two seem like complete images. This one seems like random AI generated shit on the outside with a random image in the middle.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I always wonder what the image in the middle is supposed to symbolize exactly.
And like no one in the history of Cocoon or Pulse looks like those people. Like when was that ever in fashion?
When was the Roman Empire?
Like, I mean, okay, the guy on the right looks like a red mage. So, and the only red mage costume we've got is the one that Lightning owns. So maybe this is a very recent image or something. Who knows?
Is it a guy?
Like,
I can't really tell because of the robes.
Could be guy, could be girl.
Mm.
It's just looks like the red mage nice hat to me. So to the one on the right, I've always just thought red mage.
And there's people around them like celebrating. But it's very it's very faded.
Yeah, like nice handshake, but like what the hell is that supposed to represent?
Like, Benevelsa did not shake hands with anyone, ever.
Right.
Don't think Hope's shook hands with many people either.
Let's try it on the sacred gate.
Come on. The Clavis waits.
Well, if you go by shaking hands, not exactly shaking, but joining hands, then...
Well, that is admittedly a thing.
Except the fact that... It could be an allegory, but the fact is, in the mural proper, it wouldn't be representing Hope and Lightning, that's for sure. Because Hope was not supposed to be there in the new world. Unless the mural is depicting Bunivelsi as... But I don't think so either. Because Benevolence was going to make Lightning the goddess of death and consigned to the unseen realm. So...
Propaganda.
The completed crux should open the sacred gate. You've almost made it to the holy Clavis itself. But be careful. The Order has mobilized its seculars. They may be on your heels. They want the Clavis as much as you do.
See? As I was saying, if Hope wanted the Order to get the Clavis, he wouldn't have to be warning about the sectors.
He's bang on this.
This is the most blatant Hope has worked against Benevelza so far.
If we get this open, we'll be face to face with the Clavis at last. And who knows what else. I wouldn't be letting your guard down just yet. Like I need reminding. How long do you think I've been out here in the desert?
6 years. It's in the novel.
I'm picking up a huge energy source from within the sacred gate. It's just like Fang said. The Clavis lies before you. It's close. It may have further protections, though. Be careful out there, Light.
Not creepy at all, that place. And there's a crack symbol in the floor. In which has the same length in each of its arms. So yeah, Greek cross.
We've finally made it. Yeah, we've gone and done it. No way to go but forward now. What's wrong? Nothing. Let's do this.
Of course it would be 13. What else?
Naturally.
Naturally.
So that's the Holy Clavis. The magic box that'll bring together all the souls of the dead. Damn, can you feel that? It's like some kind of force pushing down on my chest.
There's no question. That artifact is definitely emitting powerful energy. No human could have made this. Not without divine help. Either that or the gods themselves made it.
Hope, fill us in. What's happening?
It's the seculars. They're close, and they're armed. I'm sorry. They must have been hiding in the chaos.
It's fine. Forget about it. Fang, it looks like seculars have already...
Sorry about this, Vanille.
Fang! What are you doing? This is what you've been looking for.
I'm not letting anyone else have it. If Vanille uses this damn thing, she'll die.
What do you mean?
Damn this thing! It's a bloody curse! Yeah, purify the dead, put them to their eternal rest. All it'll take is the life of a saint. Vanille is dead set on going through with it. She'll martyr herself to the past and then... You bastards want to take it from me?
No!
You have done an admirable job. The Sacred One will doubtless be pleased. Allow us to thank you on her behalf.
Get the Holy Clavis! You call her the Sacred One, but you're the ones who want her to die! That ceremony is not gonna happen!
Hear this, heathen. You insult the Order of Salvation, and in doing so, you blaspheme Almighty God!
Tell me more.
God's judgment be upon you. May you repent with your death!
I'll get my hands on the Clavis over my dead body. So, Light, you want to lend me a hand?
You're asking now? Let's do it, Fang!
I love them.
Don't get in my way.
Another one with fucking
allies so damn good. They are so similar. Except Fang is more emotionally stable, believe it or not.
I transcend.
I promise I'm here. I just had to make that meme. Whilst it was fresh in mind.
Ow.
Try to keep up.
I can abuse overclock here.
Yeah, just don't die. Arise is getting a little inaccessible.
Okay. that was somewhat that was somewhat anticlimactic, but I'm not in the mood to deal with, you know,
This kind of fuckery.
Yeah.
They took the Clavis.
Bastards! Won't open. They must have sealed it. Damn it!
We're not getting through that way. The sooner you accept it, the better. What's the deal with the Clavis? What does it really do? Doesn't it ease the dead's suffering?
Oh, it eases it all right. See, they get Vanille to summon the souls from out of the chaos with the Clavis. Then destroy them. No more soul, no more suffering.
They're just gonna destroy
But
them all?
Vanille's away.
Does Vanille understand what she's doing?
She knows it. Just like she knows it'll kill her. And she just goes on saying she's gotta do it. She says it's the only way to stop the cries she hears. The only way to save them.
And you didn't want to let her die like that. So you tried to get the Clavis yourself.
Yeah, that was the plan. I was looking for it all right, but not to give it to her. To keep it from her. I knew what would happen if the Order got it. Vanille would kill herself. For a lie.
Considering the effort we went
So I joined
through
up
to
to
get
bandits
to
here.
it, like if
and
we
watched
had
over
just
the ruins.
left it there,
And as long as
the
no one
Order would
found
never
it,
gotten
I
to
could
it.
leave well enough alone.
Yeah.
Now you see why I came along with you? I had to make sure that the Savior wouldn't hand the Clavis over to the Order. I didn't even trust an old friend like you.
That's low. You even doubted your old pal Lightning, spying on her like she was gonna stab you in the back. But I guess it's not so different from the way I spied on you. I had to wait forever to tip those guys off.
You? You're the one who led the Secuitors to us?
Exactly, and without Hope even noticing a thing. Now the Order has their little Clavis and they're beating a trail back to Luxerion. I can't wait to see that ceremony, can you? All those useless souls purified forever in return for Vanille's life. Even the soul that was once Sarah, wiped away like it never existed.
When does the ceremony take place?
It'll happen on the last day of the world. When the final bells start to toll across the land, Vanille will face the Clavis.
Of course, we know that Sarah's soul is safe. But
it's nice manipulation from Lumina to ensure that Lightning will try and stop it.
They could have just left it alone.
Vanille is going to die.
To be fair, they did
mince
explain
words.
So, Keikaku,
quite well
And I can't save
why
Keikaku Parallels
they went
here.
after it.
What's your point?
I save souls by granting them what they wish for. If Vanille wishes for death with all her heart, then I have to let her have it. I have no choice.
Do you
You're
now?
saying you'd let her die?
Yes, if she doesn't change her mind.
Yeah, fuck that.
I can't do it for her. You are the only one who knows how she feels. The only one who can save her from her darkness.
Shot?
You always have been.
They're just sisters, guys.
All right, all right. I get it. I get it, Vanille. You hear me? We're in this together until the very end.
Yeah, a lot of times they do the whole action adventure thing where they lead you directly to the thing that the great plot thing needs to actually complete. But at least in this game, they did actually explain why they were still doing it. Because Fang thought that Light was doing it for the wrong reason, and Light thought that it was needed, so I went with her because she assumed Lightning would go after it anyway.
So here,
Not like, I mean, Final Fantasy IV drove me up the walls because they got they fetched this item that was very, I don't even know why, but it was really important that the enemy did not get this item, so it was hidden on the moon.
Those
We could have left it on the moon.
What was mine?
But no, we had to go to the moon and get it so no one else could get it. And then of course a party member betrayed us and took it. And it was Kane. It's always Kane.
so you
Because
kind of
they ended with a Y.
you kind of
But we
missed
do
there.
love Kane a little bit. We do love Kane a little bit because
Yep.
he's also voiced by Liam O'Brien.
You kind of miss Hope's line there. That
Has to be done final day.
yeah, that, and also that there's no need to panic yet. So he's like, "Don't worry, you can take them. You can prevent this from happening. It's not going to happen right now."
There's still
I
time.
learned about the Soul Song, the real truth of it, back when I was with the Order in Luxurian. They wanted us to think it was this great thing, gonna save the dead. But then I learned that it would kill Vanille.
Why didn't you try to run away together?
I wanted to. Believe me, I tried reason, guilt, even brute force. But Vanille, well,
She
she
tried to
wouldn't give
throw
an inch.
Vanilla over her
She
shoulder
said
and
she
go.
was going to do it, whether it killed her or not.
Fair.
This is still about her trying to atone for the past. Even the power she has to hear the dead, she thinks it's God trying to punish her. I begged and pleaded with her once I found out the truth about the Soul Song. In the end, I completely lost it.
It's not easy to watch someone go to their death, and willingly.
When she saw me yelling and raging, though, I think she just dug her heels in even harder. I was petrified. It was like she was slipping away right before me, and I couldn't stop it.
What do you mean?
Look, we shouldn't talk about it here. Just forget it. Do you remember what I said before? About Vanille slipping away right before me?
Shot!
Why? Ready to talk about it?
I guess I am. You see, the reason she's so wound up for that ceremony is our past.
You mean her guilt over the past has made her willing to die?
Worse than that, I think. It's not so much that Vanille is prepared to die in order to atone for the past. She's not just willing. It's like she wants to die. As though it's a crime to be alive. When I looked at her, I could see it in her face. She thought she ought to die. She thinks it still. So she's gonna throw away her life because she feels bad about hurting Cocoon or whatever. But who really benefits from that? All it does is end another life. Doesn't bring anyone back.
Why are you telling me this? Shouldn't you be talking to her about it?
Listen to you. The savior, eh? Don't need to be told twice.
So yeah.
Fine, go home to your wife.
It's been real, Lightning. But now, it's time to go our separate ways.
Got it. Hey, next time I'm in the desert.
You won't see me. The gang's officially disbanded. I've got somewhere else I need to be.
Sounds like we have a date in Luxurian. Good luck, Fang. See you at the end of the world.
Okay.
Bye, Fang.
We'll miss you and your scratch damage.
Okay, so what's the game plan now? You're gonna have
I have to
end
still.
soon.
I have to still. Yeah. I have to still to complete Sasa's quest.
Right. You keep. He is easy to forget.
Not really to me.
It's because there's no boss battle to fight.
A little sandbird told me what you've been up to. You've been busy, haven't you? But is it true? Is old Ramon open for business again?
All I did was help him get back onto his feet.
Helping him at all is more than enough. The world's a pretty hard place to live in these days. You don't see a lot of people helping each other out. If there were more good eggs like you around, maybe this place wouldn't have ended up the ghost town that it is.
Someone's gotta be the first to start. Why not you?
Why? Because I'm a ruthless, greedy salesman. I don't do a thing if there's no profit in it.
Are you sure? For someone who claims to be a ruthless salesman, you look pretty happy to hear about your rival's return.
That's ridiculous. He'll be out of business again in a week, I'll bet. If he does manage to cut it somehow, a competitor might help me stay on my toes.
Some dairy merchants.
My wares and my service will both be better than ever.
I certainly hope so. Don't let me down now.
You.
What is it? Don't tell me you actually found something.
Is this it? What you threw away?
How did you... Dad's loop.
Dad?
Never mind that. Just give it back to me. Now!
You want it back? Who was it that told me I was welcome to whatever I could find? I'm not sure I want to give it up.
Fine. I'll talk if I have to. My dad was a great bandit, okay? But he was also a great appraiser. He spent his whole life studying the relics in these ruins.
So he wanted you to follow in his footsteps?
No, it wasn't like that. Not at all. He taught me everything he knew so that I could become a scholar. He wanted me to be able to unravel the mysteries of the past. But then he disappeared. Never made it home. No one ever found any clue as to what happened. He left me and took my only chance at becoming a scholar with him. Didn't have much choice. I could appraise or starve.
Is that why you threw away his tools? In order to spite your father?
It was stupid. I was stupid. I should have just done what my dad wanted and kept working to be a real scholar. But he's gone. It's too late now. This world is nearly done for. But if I'm ever reborn, I promise I'll take things a bit more seriously. I'll give it my all. I'll study hard, and I'll become a great scholar and solve all kinds of mysteries. Or maybe that's too much to ask for.
You should dream big, and the first step to making your dream come true is believing it can come true.
That would have been a perfect opportunity for her to say there's no such thing as... Oh god, my brain stopped. Some things in life you just do.
Ah. So let's get the final fragment for that quest. Which should be it, right? Bloodlands. What's most interesting about that quest is the lightning sentry. And I'll pull that up later. No, 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 no.
Those Sahagins remind me of great setters. I don't know why. I think it's just the way the fins fall, it looks like hair.
Oh, Hector!
Hey!
No.
The real question is this foul sea character?
With the afro, I think not. But
well, it's amply deserved this fucking soundtrack.
Ow.
I hate it so much.
This track is like, oh, people really liked Other Worlds in Final Fantasy X. Perhaps we ought to try something like it. Oh god, Otherworld was super popular.
Ten for me. It's
I think you might like this.
okay. The battle theme is just good, and Samarkand obviously. And
yeah,
I mean, I don't think it even really counts that it's being done here, obviously. This soundtrack is perfect.
Try to keep up.
Can you please stagger? Thank you.
yeah. In general, I've got to admit, I think I kind of find the Pen soundtrack slightly forgettable. I think it's because they hadn't truly broken away from the themes of the other games at that point. They were just, it just like didn't have too distinctive sounds to it. And other than like the Hymn of the Faith and a few tracks that really stood out, otherwise it will just kind of like there music. Nothing like really comes to mind and springs out, and I don't go around humming any of it. Yeah, that's only because you hear that so much so often.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's usually why you remember the battle themes.
Yeah. But even so, like, 9's battle theme would come to my head much more before 10's.
9.
Da, 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 da.
I've never
You got
played
that right, didn't
9,
you?
so I
The
can't.
soul fragments for Daj?
You're the one who
I
gave
love
Saz
mine.
the coffer. You started this wild goose chase.
Wild goose chase? Saz was suffering. I felt sorry for him. You should know how he feels, wanting to be reunited with the last bit of family he has. Right, Lightning?
Right. Because I lost Sarah, huh?
Exactly.
It's so funny when they're talking
Though
to
it's
each
not the
other.
same thing. I'm afraid
Because
that
I have
a
light,
coffer
because of the
souls
delay on
won't
YouTube,
save
I have light on
Sarah.
one screen and
Too
Lumina on the other.
bad. You'll just have to figure out how to
And,
save
like,
her for yourself, huh?
You look from one face to
That's
the
what
other.
I'm planning to do. I don't need anyone's help. Especially not yours.
Light, you've got all 5 soul fragments you needed to find for Daj. You should head to Saz's place at once.
I'd like to think this'll help Daj. But this is Lumina we're talking about.
It may be best not to get your hopes up.
But for Saz, this is his last and only hope. He can't even smile anymore. He's got nothing left in him. If I take this away too, he may not survive. I don't know if I could take that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
time.
I will. Yeah, but I want to get this done. I already warned the course I will be running a bit late. I want to just go to the Ark. I can make the time pass after. Especially if the quests that I want to complete they're not there, then
I wonder what kind of creatures would exist in a new world that Benevelza is building. Cats.
Cats?
Niblets reborn as cats. The Niblet agenda is real.
Maybe these are for...
I transcend humanity.
Okay, that's... Okay. No. Hey, Sass.
Hey, Chocolina.
Hey, Saz. Get out that coffer you have. I've got all 5 of the soul fragments for Daj.
You serious? I searched the whole damn world or what's left of it and never found a single one of them. You found them for me, Lightning. Thank you for this. You saved my son for me.
One of them was literally right
Chocobo,
outside your door.
It wasn't here before, was it?
Yeah, she'd up and left us in a lurch. Dodge's little Chocolina. Didn't even notice when she snuck back in.
Chocolina?
Never mind that. What about Dodge? The Coffer of Souls is right there, so drop in those soul fragments. Nice and gentle. Lumina said, once they're put in that box, they'll become one again. You do that and I'll take care of whatever comes next. Open the box, and the soul should go back to Dodge all in one piece, where it belongs. Okay. What the? What's wrong with this thing? Damn box won't open.
Hello?
Why doesn't this thing work? I got Dodge's soul back, didn't I?
His soul is reborn, but his heart's shut away tight. Little Dodge is frightened and doesn't want to come out. It's your scary face.
My face? What am I supposed to do about that? It's the only one I've got. Hell with that. Hey, Dodge. Dodge, can you hear me in there? You're messing with your old man, right? Tell her, son. You're not frightened of me. Come on, Dodge. Wake up, Dodge. Dodge. Son, Dodge. Huh? Now what do you want? Quit it or I'll stick you in a cage. Stop laughing around.
The whole
Leave me
Chocolina
alone,
thing
I'm
just
busy.
breaks my brain.
Sit there and shut your beak, will you? Ow!
How's that any way to talk to your
What was that for?
bird?
But Chocolina has visited him in Chocolina form, right?
Yeah. Well, he knows that she can turn into a woman, yes.
It's the way you look.
You too? Damn, the whole world's
Sounds like abuse.
Domestic abuse
Saz,
going
I'm
on.
serious. You should see yourself. You're scowling all the
Point brain
time.
stuff.
Like you want to scream at someone.
The most problematic ship.
Is that right?
Could we consider Chocolina
So that's what you mean.
plucking Sass
I've been wrapped up in my own
as
anger.
domestic abuse?
I didn't think about what I must look like to Dodge. I used to be different.
He's also trying to smack her
No matter
around.
how tough the going got,
It's kind of like
I'd
mutual
always
here.
figure out a way to smile.
Yeah.
And let Dodge know it was okay. Yeah, it's something a father's got to learn to do. I've been doing it all wrong, but that ends now.
Oh look,
Dodge,
he's using
remember that game we
memories
used
to
play?
try and get Saz's soul, Daj's soul to take its place where it belongs.
Pilots, are you ready? This space race is gonna decide who's
Hey,
the
this is
fastest air
really
jockey
cute.
in all the posts.
It is.
And blast off! Roll, Chocobo and Airship are neck and neck. Who's gonna crack first? I'm Saz Catsroy bringing you the race of the century together with
Chocolina.
Supersonic Dodge.
This is
Hey,
so
Doc,
weird.
You awake? Come on, Supersonic. You're gonna miss the race. Open your eyes.
To be honest, even if she was in human form right now, it would have been quite cute too. Them running around this spaceship, and then her playing dead at the end.
All right. Sorry about that. Guess I got too caught up in the space race. Again. Huh? Dodge.
Baby.
Dad, that's not fair.
He's so cute. And nothing bad ever happens to him again.
You can't play Space Race all on your own. That's our game. I want to play too.
Oh, look at Chocolina. She's so cute. That's gotta be your mum.
Oh, Dad, you're always so clumsy.
I meant to do that.
Saz was desperate to save his son, but that desperation nearly drove him mad. Dodge saw what was happening and got scared, so he hid his heart away. You could have all the best intentions in the world. Doesn't mean people understand you. Ironic, isn't it? Reminds me of you and Sarah.
Best intentions be damned.
You and
I don't
Sarah?
care if Sarah knows what I'm trying to do. I'll save her, even if she hates me for it.
But she's already saved.
Chocolina's favorite place to hide is on Daddy's head. I'm not really used to this house yet, but Daddy's here with me, so I'm not scared. I'm helping my dad look for an airship that can still fly. It's fun. Daddy sure does love airships. He never stops smiling.
Insert Chocolina likes to sit on Saz's
You aren't
face.
ever gonna let me live
Comment.
this one down, are you? I've got to thank Lumina too. Whatever else you might say about her, she was right about Dodge. Oh yeah, the Chocobo chick's name is Chocolina. Dodge named her that. She can transform into a human, you know. You see her around? She's pretty hard to miss. Don't tell Dodge about none of that though.
This is so wonky.
Yeah. Dodge named his future stepmom.
So fucking broken. Everything. Yep.
Dodge named his future stepmom when she was a baby.
It just gets worse and worse. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to the research camp to pass the hours in the inn. And we go back to the Ark. And
You've done the dog quest.
I can't do it unless it's in the morning.
Ninja.
Yeah.
To know who's blessed this run.
Of course. Yeah, these theme sounds at night in the research camp.
The worst thing is that dog looks so much better than the actual quest dog.
Yes. I don't know how they could fuck up so tremendously.
Can you spot the arc in this theme, Sass?
Yeah. Sure. The arc is Hope's 13-2 theme, just with choir and piano. I still have that video of when I played all 3 themes at once.
And then
it was actually a pretty solid piece.
And then incorporates the violin.
I did that too. That's a different, though.
No, I mean this theme incorporates. It's no longer just guitar, but it's also
halfway through. Yeah.
It's kind of like Meeting You in that sense.
Yeah, but Meeting You is the call and response there. I think that's even more telling. That it's do do do. I think, and then the guitar responds with a similar. Yeah, whatever. We'll get there.
Yeah. I have to go to arias. I realized that there's no in here. Damn it. That last line is interesting.
Yeah.
Don't tell me. Oh. Well, may as well.
Is this what you need?
Oh, it's the fucked up family.
I told you, no one's supposed to know I'm alive.
Oh mon Dieu, pardonnez-moi. I'm so sorry.
Why couldn't they just get an
We meet again.
actor that speaks French?
Well, you found me out.
You terrible, terrible man.
So, it was you all along.
I'm sorry, young lady. I didn't mean to make you part of the deception. Tell me, when poor Sarala read my letter, did she shed a tear for her father?
She did more than that.
I suppose she was inconsolable. She's still just a child. She lost her mother when she was
She's
too
at least
young.
500 years
For a
old,
long
asshole.
time, it's
Treat her like a fucking
adults.
adult.
And that's the whole problem, see? She's grown too dependent on me.
You fucking
Always
bullshit
needing me
there.
to look
You're a
after
dick.
her. She's gotta learn how to
Communication.
stand on her own 2 feet.
You're just a shitty
I
father.
can't look after her forever. Kids have to strike out on their own eventually. She's a skilled farmer, and she's done wonders with that field. I know she can make it on her
Doesn't
own.
mean you stop
She
supporting
doesn't
the
believe
kids.
she can. I thought
Or pretend
the
you're
best thing
fucking
for
dead.
her would be if I just disappeared. Faked my death and left her life for good. A nice clean break.
For who?
Huh?
You say it's for your daughter's sake, but it's not just about her now, is it? Or
That's it,
will
Lightning. You
tell
call
me
him
I'm
out.
wrong?
No, I cannot tell you that. Yes, I have another reason. I've wanted to leave the village for a long time now. I have to go on a journey, you see, to find my wife. Gone
If
these many
only
years.
there was this thing
Your
called
wife
communication
Sarala's mother.
that you could use
Yep.
to explain
She
this to
disappeared
Sarala.
years ago. Most folk have given up on her and figure she must be dead by now. She's gone, Cole, they tell me. They try to convince me to let her go. As if I could.
Let it go.
I know she's alive.
I'm glad I'm not the
Somewhere
only one who was about to get
Springs eternal.
out there. You mocking me?
shot.
You think I
I've lost family too. My younger sister. Every hour I pray to see her again.
will? Then you understand how I feel.
Yes, and I think Sarala will as well. If you explain to her why you have to go, she'll give you her blessing. You don't need to fake your death. Why make her grieve anymore?
I don't want to
Especially
hurt her.
when there's like 5
But you're
days
wrong.
left.
She
Yeah.
refused to let me go.
These 5
Better
days,
this
she's
way.
gonna
It's what she needs.
become an
I
adult.
mean,
She's gonna
look at me.
grow independent. She's gonna.
I
What?
learned to fend for myself. I still miss him, though. He was a stubborn bastard, no doubt about it. But by God, he knew about growing veggies.
I was fucking devastated when my dad died, so I'm going to inflict that generational trauma onto my
You have to
daughter.
promise me to keep this a secret. Don't you blab to Sarala. I've got a long journey ahead of me, and I need to pack my saddlebags.
Dickhead.
A stubborn bastard. Someone who is an expert at growing vegetables.
Like, what's wrong with this fucking family?
That description.
Like, this is literally the definition of generational trauma.
Also,
but, like,
they live in like the same area.
Yeah.
The same. It's not even the size of a city. It's the size of
No.
a town, and they've just managed to avoid.
It's not like there's even 3 different supermarkets. They're all shopping in the same fucking place.
They go to the same chef.
Okay. Canopus Farms. At least there it will be an inn, because I thought it would be in Arias, but no.
Arias Village is full of the Hope worshippers and they don't like inns.
And cheap.
Yes.
There you go.
The wildlands are here to stay.
Okay, up we go, Hope. And we will leave it there.
Whoop. No reminders or anything. Look. Oh, we can keep time. Unlike Meowth.
To be fair, if somebody woke me up at half an hour before my alarm went off and 15 minutes before my alarm went off to tell me that my alarm was going to go off in half an hour and 15 minutes, I would murder them.
Oh, this. Okay. I forgot.
There you are. Welcome home.
That's fucked
Never
up.
trust her in that outfit.
What's wrong?
Nothing, just things on my mind. Don't worry about it.
I can't help but worry. We're finally getting the chance to talk, but you don't seem happy. It's like you don't even know how to smile anymore.
Right now, this is the best I can do.
Sounds fake, but
Not
okay.
that I was ever good at it.
It's okay. I can make you smile again. You just have to go back to the days when the future still looked bright.
When was that?
I was gonna say when was that? Right?
Back before we made all those mistakes. Before we started messing around with God.
She wasn't smiling then, she was traumatized.
She hasn't smiled since
We thought it was
properly
our
since she was
destiny to fight for the
15.
world and the future.
Yeah. Except after all that, when everything
all
was
those
dealt with.
battles,
When she was
all those
before-
struggles, they didn't
Yeah.
mean anything in the end.
Yeah.
Before
First
Etro
off,
bullshitted.
Catharsis.
Was it all a mistake? Even the journey you went on with Noel?
Well, what else would you call it?
Look at that.
We risked everything, but in the end, we couldn't save the future, and I died. If that's not a mistake, what is?
Not their
That's why I
fault.
have to get rid of it. Throw it all away.
Yeah, this sounds like Sarah.
It didn't mean a thing. It's done and gone. No regrets, just a clean slate.
Then he's not
We're
even
going to have a
trying here.
new world, and you and I will be just like we used to be way back when.
Listen, Sarah. Let me say this. If that journey was a mistake, I'm the one who has to bear the blame. Because I sent you. It's me who has to pay the price. All you did was try your best. There's
Things were
nothing
set
wrong
in
with that.
motion like before
It didn't
you
turn
were
out like
even
I'd
born.
hoped, but it wasn't a mistake. You tried to do something that was good and right. You must
all
never
did.
throw that away.
Maybe. But I don't want to remember it again. I just want to forget
Bullshit.
it all.
Bullshit.
Right. When she said
That is like so absolutely
I
not
didn't believe
Sarah.
her.
Exactly.
She'd always been able to accept hardship, fight through it, and be stronger for it. Lumina's words came back to me. She said the only fake I know is Sarah. No, that couldn't be right. The problem was in me, making me doubt her. But it was no good. The terrible thought had formed in my mind. The seed was planted. What if this Sarah was fake? And my memories of her too.
The Phantom. I mean, Sarah is also a rose-haired phantom in a sense.
Yeah.
Give us a reprieve
But
so that I can save more souls.
Does use rose-haired women to gaslight and do the usual godly stuff.
On the very last day, the flower blooms.
It's not the very last day, Lightning, but okay.
Yay, we got the 13.
My aim is to gain the 14th.
Of course.
Nice work, Light.
Thank you. Okay, what do you have? Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Okay, what do you have to say, Hope? I expect you have many things to say.
When I see Saz with his son Daj, I'm reminded of my own father. Though he wasn't anything like Saz at all. He was a hard, strict man. Or so I always thought.
Yes.
Yes.
What do you think Fang is going to do now? Will she try to break into the Order's cathedral and stop the ceremony?
Wouldn't that be unfortunate? Oh no.
You look like
Oh no,
some
anyways.
ghost or something. Are you alright?
Okay, let's go first about Saz and Dash.
Even if we cannot truly see them, I know that souls must exist in some form. How else can we explain what happened back on the wrecked ship between Saz and his son? God is not omniscient. He cannot see into the hearts of people.
Nuts,
To
wink,
him,
wink.
emotions are a mystery. Only humans can truly know their secrets. Of course, there are many times when humans misread each other too. Like me and my father. For the longest time, we didn't understand each other.
Yeah, but you're definitely... you're basically a carbon copy of your father.
Also, casual reminder, Hope, I'm not really emotionally invested in anything from my past. The memories are kind of there. And he's like, me and my dad, we never used to get along, but, you know, story time.
He's more invested. He is amusingly more invested. Like if you check his account of his mother Nora, he's more detached than
Mother was.
No, I mean, aside from that, but he's more emotional when it comes to talking about Bartholomew.
He also got to grow up with Bartholomew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Listen,
for as
when
long
the
as he
final day
lasted.
arrives, Fang is going to try to save Vanille. I'm sure of it.
And what about you? Will you try to stop Vanille? Stop the Soul Song? You know it's God's
That
will
would
that
be
it takes
unfortunate.
place.
Have you forgotten he's holding my sister hostage? The promise of her return anyway. I've got to do what he wants, or else.
Interesting answer. Some people might take that to mean if it wasn't for the threat, you would consider defying him.
Some people might. What about you? Do you trust me?
Of course I trust you. I'm sorry, Light. I didn't mean to sound like I don't. I'll always be on your side, even if you do decide to turn against God. You know that.
I'm not telling you to kill God, but I'm totally in if you do it. His Keikaku is just coming up to the surface here.
Oh yes, but it's this one it's this one the most one of the most Keikaku ones. But Fang too, even though he overstepped a bit to the point that Lightning kind of called him out because the interesting answer. Some people and Lightning's like, so what exactly do you mean? But
like fuck, I missed a step in Keikaku. During the very, very, very narrow path I have to walk, I accidentally skipped one step. Backtrack.
Yeah, it's like, no, I'm not accusing you of trying to kill God. I'm not accusing you of anything. But if you did,
I'd be by your side.
Okay, and this one, which is a very important one.
I saw her again. My sister. It looks like God might keep his promise and bring my sister back. She'll be a new Sarah.
New? What do you mean by that? Are you saying that when he resurrects Sarah, it will be a different person? Like a fake?
No, that's not it at all. I just mean, if she's going to be born again, she'll be a new version of her old self.
I don't think you're being straight with me, are you? You don't think the Sarah you met is the real thing, do you? You think that there's something missing. It's all right. You don't have to say anything. The truth is plain enough to see. Since I came here, I haven't been good at reading people, but I've been practicing on you. But don't worry, I'm on your side.
He has a PhD in lightning.
You know that, right? You only agreed to become the savior because it was your only chance to save Sarah. And that means God has a hold on you. But if the Sarah he's showing you isn't real, then that control he has disappears. He has no hostage.
Hint, hint.
So, like, maybe Sarah is fake? Hint, 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 hint.
And if that's the case, then Bunevelsa has nothing on you? Hint, 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 hint.
Pretend I don't exist? Hint, hint, hint.
This one is one of the most... He's not telling her to kill Bunevelsa, but he's like... offering...
you have an open shot.
Yeah, don't hold because of Sarah.
So, but he says...
Or anyone else.
But he says he has no hostage, and then I'm looking at you, mister, and I'm like, sure, does he really have no hostage?
You know, Hope doesn't think about himself, ever.
Hope thinks he's collateral damage.
That's a really
Hope
interesting...
thinks he's already lost. And that's like what he's working from, the main hypothesis of how this is supposed to work. He's already dead in his own head. Because his Keikaku is already... It's in motion. He's planned this. It's going. So he doesn't even consider that, like, him surviving. It's not a part of the... It's already been ruled out. He's a dead man walking.
Until Lightning goes to script.
I mean, he basically... I don't think he considers he's lost. He may consider that he has lost his battle, but if Keikaku works, he has won the war.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
He has won the war, yes. Or it's well on the way. But he has already... He doesn't consider himself a living person, really. He doesn't talk like he considers himself like someone who will continue to exist. He's lost.
He's written himself off as a casualty of war.
Yeah. It hasn't happened yet, but his plan is so immaculate, detailed that he doesn't even consider that Lightning would think otherwise or save him, or... It's not a part of his Keikaku at all. It's not a factor. It's not on the map.
He's not even making things... he's not even spelling things out for Lightning. So... Maybe my impression from that is that he considers that the less he tells Lightning and the more detached he is, it will be easier for her to kill him.
Yeah.
Or well, his body at least.
It's a part of the Keikaku too.
The problem is he can't really help himself. He tries.
I have studied you. Yeah, that's your usually go-to hobby.
If this wasn't Hope we're talking about, that would sound a bit stalkery.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
But then again, she was also stalking on him from Valhalla, so I guess they're even.
Yeah, they were just checking in on each other in a totally normal way.
I mean, not sure if Lightning had Hope bookmarked. I think maybe not. But
I mean, to be fair to her, the rest of their friends like fucked out of the time stream, and he was the only one left in the main channel.
Yeah.
Everyone else was in foreign channels with subtitles. And he was
Caius was doing whatever Caius does.
And he was scrambling.
The Amortis motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
That's what Caius does.
I managed to say the Amortis time and not the Amortis motherfucker.
I was expecting the motherfucker. You kind of.
I know.
I was so
that was a bit of a downer.
I also knew that when I said the Amortis, you guys would fill it in your head. I didn't have to say it.
Wanted to leave a comment with the timestamp, and I was just like, no, make a serious comment instead.
Anyways, let's discuss next day. Which day are you up for? Not sure if next week, this week.
Next week.
Next week,
okay. Let me my rota.
Not Monday.
Not Monday.
Tuesday?
Tuesday. Should be fine.
Or...
I'm on the wrong week. What week are we on? What's the date? I've been off work this week, so I have no idea what's going on. Right, I am good for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Tuesday then?
Tuesday or Wednesday. I need to get back to you on that.
Okay, then let's say either Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll keep everyone notified. So yeah, on touch.
Yeah.
So yeah, this has been a fruitful stream, full of interesting things to discuss. We'll see what we can do next stream. Likely clearing up some side quests and stuff. Hopefully extinguishing niblets, and maybe it could be the penultimate stream. Maybe we could see. We will see.
We are getting close to the end now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hope has stopped being discreet. All right
then. So
bye.
See ya.
Bye.